finally, equity. This is about fairness, satisfying the different needs of the community. The bridge design considers not just cars and pedestrians, but is sensitive to the needs of the elderly, the disabled community, and children. So when we're talking about value for money, don't just ask how much it did cost. Ask, what are we truly getting for our money? The cheapest option today can become the most expensive mistake tomorrow. So from now on, let's ask the right questions for Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well.
Hey, just a reminder, your mental health is just as important as your physical health. If you're feeling overwhelmed, try talking to a trusted friend or family member. You don't have to go through it alone. Sometimes sharing your feelings can make a big difference. If you need more support, don't hesitate to reach out to the Health and Wellness Ministry's Suicide Prevention Helpline at 888 New Life. That's 888-639-5433. Remember, it's okay to ask for help. Your feelings matter, and there are people ready to listen. Take care of yourself. You deserve it.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow starting today.
When the storm rages and the world feels shaken, remember, our strength lies in unity. It's in coming together, sharing hope, and standing shoulder to shoulder that we find resilience. Every act of kindness, every word of encouragement builds a brighter tomorrow. We are stronger as one. Our courage, compassion, and hope will light the way forward. Together we rise. Together we rebuild, because hope is never lost when we stand united, because we are stronger together.
Yo, babes. Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, just prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Be seated, please. This meeting of the Honourable Senate for Friday, December the 5th, 2025 is called to order. Before we begin the business of the day, there are a few matters that must be dealt with, and they relate specifically to a number of tributes or the recognition of a number of important servants of Jamaica who have passed since last we met, and I consider it important for the Senate to recognize them and to recognize their contribution to this Jamaica land we love. To that end, and first on the order of business, is the recognition of the passing of the Honourable Dorothy Pine McClarty, OJ. This morning, we pay tribute to her and the work that she has done for this country, and I ask the Senate to recognize a number of guests from the law firm of Myers, Fletcher & Gordon, where she spent so much of her time in her legal practice. Mr. Christopher Kellman, who is a managing partner, Peter Goldson, who is a senior partner, Christina Desai, Ethan Sinclair, and Barbara Alexander. Welcome to the Senate. It's a pleasure to have you. And as I always point out to our guests, I suspect that it might be the first time for some of you coming to Gordon House, but this is a part of the democracy, and you're always welcome here to come and spend some time with us. So please, if you wish at any time in the future to come and spend some time here, either this house or the Low House, you're always welcome. And I ask the Senate to recognize also Rachel MacDonald and Mr. Matthew MacDonald, the daughter, and of course, did I say, what did I say? I was wondering how that was working, Rachel. Both Rachel and Matthew McClarty, daughter and son of Dorothy, who are here to hear the tributes of the Senate. Now, I'm going to take, as I said, the tributes to Dorothy first of all, and those will be followed by a tribute to Consul General Miss Alison Wilson, who passed recently in New York and who is an outstanding servant of the country who we have to recognize, and also, of course, the Honourable Mr. Jimmy Cliff, who we will recognize before we begin the business of the day. Now, as far as Dorothy Pine McClarty is concerned, I met her when I was appointed to the Electoral Advisory Committee in 2004, when she was an appointed member of the Electoral Advisory Committee. And at that time, we served for approximately 2 years before the Advisory Committee morphed into the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. And she served there in various capacities and ended up as being the first chairman of the Electoral Commission until her retirement. Now, in due course, the Electoral Commission will, of course, pay their respects to the work and to the contributions that the Honourable Dorothy Pine McClarty made to the Electoral Commission and to the democracy of Jamaica, because she did play an important role. And one of the things that stood out at all times with her, she had a pet peeve about the participation of the electorate and what appears to be the falling interest in the electoral process by the electorate. And she was one of the principal persons who sought to prepare what she loved to call her democracy passport, in which she had put together the rights and responsibilities of citizens, all in an effort to increase the interest and understanding of the democratic processes. Now, in thinking about Dorothy, Dorothy had a very difficult job at the Electoral Commission because she was responsible for interacting with some of the more turbulent personalities in the political process. Abe Dabdub, Ryan Peralta, Danny Buchanan. Anybody remember him? At the end of the day, Dorothy ended up calling him Danny Buck. D.K. Duncan, who she ended up calling Deeks, Paul Burke, Dr. Andre Franklin, and of course, one Tom Tavares Vincent. How did she survive? I'm going to tell you how she survived. I was trying to find the right adjective to describe the personalities who I've just named, and I came up with turbulent. She survived in the following way. She recognized that a quiet word would turneth away wrath, but a stern admonition was necessary at times, and she was not afraid to apply that. She also recognized that a gentle touch often was what was required, but never failed to use the fist if it was required. And that is how she managed to corral these turbulent personalities over these many years. She ended up being one of the most accomplished chairpersons of the Electoral Commission. Of course, she followed Professor Miller in that capacity. And as we reflect on the contribution, well, certainly the contribution made by Professor Miller and then Dr. Pine McClarty, Dorothy Pine McClarty, and the contribution now being made by Earl Jarrett, I think that it would not be wrong for me to say that her passing has begun to close a chapter on the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, a good chapter. And the chapter is not closed. She has begun to close it. Her passing has begun to close it. And her contribution to the Electoral Commission and Jamaica will be well remembered. Thank you very much. Minister?
Senators, today we pause to honor the life and work of the Honourable Dorothy Pine McCarthy, who passed away on Sunday, November 30th, 2025. Soon after I came back to Jamaica, well, a few years after I came back to Jamaica, I met Mrs. Pine McCarthy and subsequently her children, Rachel and Matthew, and I have known her to be was tremendous integrity and kindness and softness, except I imagine when she had to deal with those characters that the President mentioned earlier. Mrs. Pine McCarthy was a distinguished attorney who broke barriers throughout her career. She shattered a glass ceiling at Miles Fletcher & Gordon, becoming the firm's first female partner. She went on to make history once more as the first woman to serve as chair of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, the ECJ, a position she held with distinction from 2013 to 2019. The ECJ is one of those institutions where even before we were recognized as the country that could turn around an economy, this institution was recognized across the world. A great deal of that was due to the leadership and the team she had around her and the way she led them. During her tenure, she oversaw significant advancements in Jamaica's electoral system, strengthening our democracy and deepening public trust in the system. This was a vital part of what she did because there was not much public trust in most anything at the time when she took over as the head of the ECJ. Her commitment to national service extended beyond the ECJ as she contributed her expertise to numerous boards over several decades. In recognition of her outstanding service to Jamaica, Mrs. Pine McCarthy was awarded the Order of Jamaica in 2007 and received the Gleaner Honor Award for Public Service in 2016. She was, Mr. President, indeed a remarkable woman, and her passing is a profound loss. We extend our deepest condolences to her family and friends, and may her soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on her. If it pleases me, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister. Where is the paper? Senator? Go ahead.
Yes. President. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, it is indeed an honor for me to rise today to honor a woman who no one can argue is a true servant of Jamaica, the Honourable Dorothy Pine McCarthy, OJ. I first met Mrs. Pine McCarthy, affectionately called Mickey, in 2017 when I joined the board of the Jamaica National Group. I was a much younger man then. I was 25 years old, and stepping into that kind of environment brings with it some natural intimidation. Right? Yet I remember very distinctly from the first meeting that she in particular embraced me with a lot of warmth, right? Beyond that, over the time that I served, I found that she paid very keen attention to my contributions and actually encouraged me to contribute. And that struck me because, you know, given the vast difference in experience that existed between us, her having an interest in what I had to say, treating me as a colleague and not a junior, was indeed, I think, indicative of her character. I really enjoyed, and I know really privileged the interactions that I would have had with her in those meetings and the ensuing social settings, the lunches, etc., as moments of gold. Mr. President, in the boardroom, she was very thoughtful and precise, I'd say. She didn't speak more often than she needed to, and when she did, everybody understood that her words came from a careful place of study and a deep sense of responsibility. Right? I learned very quickly that when she offered up a view, it would be wise to listen. And she asked the questions that mattered in the moment, and it was never to create spectacle. It was to ensure that the decisions that were being taken served the people and the institutions entrusted to those who were taking them. Right? I mean, it was said before, but her professional journey is an inspirational one. Right? Her career of over 50 years dedicated to the legal profession, the glass ceilings she was able to shatter, the many firsts that she was able to engineer, not only here in Jamaica, but abroad, are admirable, to say the least. She built an incredibly respected career. And I have learned over time, I'm told that she was exceptional in conveyancing. Even after I left the Jamaica National Group, she would occasionally check in to see how I was doing. And there were very sincere exchanges. I remember being very surprised by the first call that I received from her. I mean, I didn't even think that she remembered me. Right? But you know, it was apparent to me that she simply cared about people, and that was behind her need, or her feeling of a need to reach out to me. Mr. President, I want to share a personal experience that I had with her that I think epitomizes, a very human element of her character. A couple of years ago, she contacted me, right? And the subject of the conversation was the fact that a paralegal working with her firm was trying to secure a mortgage from an entity that I was associated with. And she made it very clear at the top of the conversation that she wasn't seeking any favor. Right? She wasn't trying to influence the decision. But she said her only request was that the application received a fair and expedient adjudication, right? Because what she said to me is that this moment in the life of this paralegal could be transformational, right? And she related it back to our experience at Jamaica National, which was all about home ownership. And she felt it important to reach out to me to seek to facilitate a fair process for this paralegal. It wasn't, you know, somebody, I'd say, that somebody would conventionally see as of high rank, but rather it was an appeal for a hard-working Jamaican. I think this really sums up the kind of character of the person. And that moment would have stayed with me. It showed me that despite the fact that she valued good systems and proper procedure, she never lost sight of the people that those systems were meant to serve. Right? Today, Mr. President, we honor a trailblazing attorney, a respected director, and a public servant who gave to her country with diligence and grace. Jamaica is undoubtedly better for her contribution, and so many of us who have had the privilege to interact with her have certainly learned from the examples that she's left. To her family, who is present here in the form of her son, Matthew, and her daughter, Rachel. I want to extend condolences. I want to extend condolences as well to the members of the MF&G team who are here. I mean, we share in your mourning, and we thank you for sharing her with Jamaica. May her soul rest in peace, and may her life continue to inspire all of us in some way, shape, or form. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Small Ferguson. Minister Morris Dixon. Engage in the microphone, please, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it's with quite a bit of pride that I rise to give tribute to the Honourable Dorothy Pine McClarty, OJ, and I have to acknowledge Rachel and Matthew who are here. It is very good for you to see you here. I know it's really recent since her passing, so it's good to see you here. And I also want to acknowledge the members of the Myers, Fletchers, and Gordon team who are here also. Thank you for being here. I know Mickey would really, really be very happy to see all of you here. Mr. President, as Jamaica mourns the passing of the Honourable Dorothy Pine McClarty, we must recognize that she was one of our most distinguished citizens. Her life was defined by trailblazing achievements, professional excellence, and an unwavering commitment to democracy, justice, and the people of this country. From humble yet determined beginnings, Dorothy Pine McClarty devoted more than 5 decades of her life to law. And what was so wonderful was in 1973 when she became the first woman partner at the prestigious law firm Myers, Fletchers, and Gordon, later becoming the first female managing director of its London office. Her brilliance and integrity earned her respect and admiration across the legal profession, both here and abroad. Over the decades, she built a reputation as one of Jamaica's leading property attorneys. She was thoughtful, diligent, and always principled. And as we all know, beyond that legal practice, her work on the Electoral Advisory Committee and then the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. She was indeed a pillar there, and we do wonder how she did it. I asked her sometimes how she managed all of that testosterone, and she would just smile and she'd say, you know, I just charmed them. Which she could do, and she was an exceptionally charming woman. But she was such an important part of our democratic process. In 2023, when she was appointed ECJ's first woman chairperson, she was really a trailblazer, and that was a historic milestone, and her tenure was a good tenure. Beyond the courtroom and the ballot box, Dorothy Pine McClarty contributed significantly to civic and community life. She served on the boards of the Jamaica National Group and its prior incarnation, the Jamaica National Building Society. And I'll speak about my time with her there. And I was there with Senator at the same time. She also was a part of the Access to Information Appeal Tribunal. She supported many educational institutions, such as the St. Andrew High School for Girls and the University of Technology. Her service was formally recognized in 2007 when she was awarded the Order of Jamaica for outstanding public service. She also received a special honor from the national media in 2016, the Gleaner Honor Award, and in 2019, she obtained an honorary doctorate in business administration from the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean. But Mickey was so much more than all of these accolades, and I'll tell you about my time with Dorothy Pine McClarty, who I call Mickey. I met her about 18 years ago, but then I truly met her when the International Women's Forum Jamaica invited me to join their membership in 2010. Now, the International Women's Forum is a body that brings together successful women, usually at the C-suite level, around the world. And the Jamaica chapter was filled with women who I only saw on TV. And I saw them on TV breaking glass ceilings, and so it was an honor to be asked to be a part of it because I wasn't C-suite yet. It had women like Pat Ramsey, Corinne McClarty, Minna Israel, Scarlett Gillings, and of course Dorothy Pine McClarty, and it had so many more, the list just went on. And we refer to ourselves, Mr. President, as sisters. And we meet regularly, and we just support each other. It's such an amazing thing to have and to see a bunch of successful women just being together and supporting each other. No competition, just being support for each other. And Mickey was central to that sisterhood that we have. And so I was honored to be a part of that group and to sit and learn from those women. And Mickey was one of those who welcomed me with open arms. She always had a kind word for me and was always encouraging me. She was the one that helped me navigate my time as vice president at JAMPRO. She said, this is a big job, and you're going to have to put your head down and get the work done. And she said, you know, you need to go and sit with my sister-in-law, Corinne McClarty. And Corinne McClarty was the first president of JAMPRO. And she arranged that sit-down with Corinne, and both of them walked me through being a first-time executive. And I was very honored to have had their support in that way. They didn't have to, but Mickey led on that, and I'm forever grateful for that. I then went to the Jamaica National Group, and Mickey was somewhat instrumental in convincing me that I should join the Jamaica National Group. At the time, it was the Jamaica National Building Society. But she was there from 1998, serving the people of Jamaica through providing home ownership to Jamaicans who ordinarily would not have been able to own a home. And she believed deeply in that mission of helping and empowering Jamaicans in that way. And so in my 10-year sojourn at the Jamaica National Group, Mickey was there, and she was there through the difficult times and the good times, when I had to be presenting to Oliver Clark many times. And you would go in the room and you see him there and you have to present your thoughts and you think he may not support it. There was always Mickey there smiling and giving a thumbs up. And I appreciated that. She definitely made me a better executive in her quiet support, and I know quietly she was supporting things that I had to take to the board. Because of her work on different JN boards, she had to be in London quite a bit, and I worked in London quite a bit too. And so we got to spend time together in taxis, many taxis going to meetings around London. And she'd tell me tales of her time in the London office, starting the office for MFG. She'd talk about her love for MFG. She can't have a conversation without talking about MFG. And one of the things I regret is she told me a couple years ago that she was going to give me a tour of the art collection at MFG. And I never got that tour, so you guys have to make it happen anyway. She was also very supportive of my decision to enter politics. She said, be careful, but you can do it. And every step of the way, she would just be supportive. Every time I saw her at a dinner or a lunch or any of our International Women's Forum events, she would just be encouraging me, and she'd say, I'm watching you and you're doing good. And I needed it. I've always needed it. She also taught me not just about breaking the glass ceiling, but about the importance of family. A lot of us women, as we're going through the corporate world and in other spheres and trying to move ahead, you forget your family. She never forgot her family. She was always talking about Rachel and Matthew, non-stop. You heard about Rachel and Matthew, everything that was happening. I knew Matthew so much before I ever met him many years ago because his mother would not stop talking about him. She was also such a good wife. Always talking about Herman. And she taught me that, as you're going through this world, family is important. And you need to spend time with family. So I learned that too from her, that sometimes you have to step back and that your children matter and that your spouse matters. She taught me what real sisterhood looks like. It's really about supporting each other, being there for each other, whispering a good word, calling when you need to. Actually, her last message to me was about a topic we should discuss in one of our meetings. She wanted to talk about influencers and the rise of social media. That was the topic she wanted us to discuss. She also, even as she got older, she was still hip enough to want to know these things. And so the passing of the Honourable Dorothy Pine McClarty is definitely a great loss. It's a great loss, I know, to my sisterhood of the International Women's Forum. Tomorrow night we have dinner together, and it will be different. It will be different because Dorothy is not there. She's always there, always impeccably dressed, always so graceful, always smiling, always telling us that we're wonderful, and she's so happy to have us as her sisters. So this loss is pretty big for me too, and I know it's big for the family and for the MFG team. It's the loss of a guardian of our democratic values and a great supporter of other women, and I know other women say the same thing about her, that she just call them and support them. But though she has departed, the institutions she nurtured, the reforms she championed, and the lives she touched will continue to bear her imprint for generations to come. May her family, Herman, Matthew, and Rachel in particular, her friends, colleagues, and all of us who admired her find comfort in the knowledge that she served her country with grace, courage, and unwavering integrity. The foundation she helped build in law, governance, and community stand as a permanent tribute to her life and service. May the God who made her, the Son who saved her, and the Holy Spirit who sanctified her grant her light, happiness, and peace. Rest in peace, Mickey.
Thank you very much, Minister Morris Dixon. Leader Scott Motley.
Mr. President, I could not let this opportunity pass, although Junior Senator represented us so well. I want to first of all extend my deep condolences to Rachel and Matthew. It is always so difficult to lose your parent, and more so when you have an exceptional parent, as Mickey was. It's hard to say was. Past tense is something that is difficult to grapple with. I also want, Mr. President, to acknowledge the presence of the Myers Fletcher and Gordon team, and you will forgive me. I very rarely do this, but I want to single out my dear friend Ethan, who I know how close he was to Mickey. You know, there are some great leaders who pop up every now and then. And there are some exceptional leaders. And Mickey was one of them. When she walked into a room, she was an imposing figure, helped along by her height and her stature and her grace and elegance. But she never made an announcement, "Do you know who I am?" In her very presence, she conveyed that you were meeting somebody who was exceptional in many ways. What did I admire about her the most? Not only was she genteel, impeccably dressed, as Senator Morris Dixon said, but it was her quiet way of leading, a strong, steady hand, cottoned steel, because you knew that you could not cross that line. It was very rarely, even with people like Donnie Buck, people like somebody named Tom Tavares Vincent, and you know, Ryan Peralta and those rambunctious, strong, powerful men. Very rarely. It was very rarely that she had to resort to showing her steely side. Because her charm, her emotional intelligence, her quiet voice would almost make you feel that you were doing something wrong in raising your voice and in behaving in a manner of which she would disapprove. In the legal profession, she mentored young people. She mentored everybody she met. That was one of the things that she did. She just gave an abundance of love to all. Sometimes you wondered how she had the possibility of making everyone feel so special because she made time. Mr. President, just let me say, we have lost a trailblazer, it is true, but we have lost a quintessential female leader, one who does not boast, one who just in quiet confidence simply moves. I know how deeply you feel, and my heart goes out to you. Jamaica has lost. And you know, Mr. President, we're losing all these fantastic women because Ina Collymore Woodstock at 108, she passed yesterday. And as I wrote a note about her, my mind went to Dorothy. And I said they had so much in common, just determined, focused, undaunted, brave, courageous, true leaders. May her soul rest in peace.
Thank you very much to all who contributed. Rachel and Matthew, I'm going to ask the clerk to just make a copy of the formal recording and have it sent to you. And of course, I really neglected to say how fond I was of Herman, who I would see at the supermarket regularly. And on one occasion, I saw him and said, "What you doing down here on the big Saturday morning?" He said, "No, Dorothy send me out, man." so every time I saw him in the supermarket, I would say, "Wait, she send you out again?" He said, "Ah, boy, what can I tell you?" So we were fellow shoppers on a Saturday morning. Please just to say how very much I think it was important of all of us to put on the record of the Honourable Senate of Jamaica the contribution made by your mom, and please convey to your family our best regards. Thank you very much for coming and spending time with us this morning. Members, please acknowledge them as they leave. Thank you. You can leave if you're staying with us. We have an excellent lunch can offer you, you know. As we move on to the next matter, once again, a very important person in the foreign affairs fabric passed recently in the person of the Consul General in New York, Ms. Alcyon Wilson, and perhaps not someone who many of us were acquainted with. I had personally met her on a number of occasions, but she has done a remarkable job in representing the country and representing the Jamaican community in New York. And a cursory glance at her achievements suggests that she was somebody who was closely engaged with the Jamaican community and was able to direct resources from New York into Jamaica. I mean, during COVID, for example, over $150,000 she managed to raise for tablets and laptops for the kids. And recently, after Beryl, I think she was in a position to raise over $600,000. She also associated with the Alpha School of Music and other endeavors. So I asked the Senate to recognize the passage and the contribution of the Consul General Alcyon Wilson. I know the leader of government business acting, and I recognize you from a chair other than your own. The leader of government business is actually presently, her funeral started at 10 o'clock in New York, and the leader of government business and Minister of Foreign Affairs is present at that funeral, as is the Prime Minister, the Honourable Dr. Andrew Holness. And I think that it certainly demonstrates the extent to which her contribution will be missed. So I'm just going to ask Senator Hill, Minister Hill, just to place on record the contribution that she has made and the fact that the Senate notes her passing. Thank you, Minister Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned a number of achievements that could be quantified and were quantified by you of Consul General Alcyon Wilson. I met her probably, I know, about 20 years ago. She was then at a major Wall Street firm. I was running NCB at the time, and we made a very good friendship because she had the ability to understand financial complexities and then deliver on them. And it's part of that history that gave her so many connections in the Wall Street community, and clearly among moneyed people, that allowed her to be as effective as she was. She then moved into government, the government service in the Foreign Affairs, and since assuming office, Consul General Alcyon Wilson, and I always at the beginning had to focus on saying Alcyon rather than Allison. And I'm sure I wasn't the only one who did that because it was an unusual arrangement of the letters. But I got used to it. Alcyon became easy to say. Alcyon Wilson has refined, or rather redefined, the scope and impact of Jamaica's diplomatic presence in New York. And that's really, really the truth. And across the 33 U.S. states under her jurisdiction. Her tenure has been marked by visionary leadership, very dynamic partnership, and an unwavering commitment to nation building and diaspora empowerment. Mr. President, under her stewardship, the consulate became a beacon of innovation and compassion, most notably throughout the CG on the Beat Community Outreach Initiative, which supported thousands of Jamaicans during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thousands of Jamaicans in the United States and thousands of Jamaicans in Jamaica. Her swift action in establishing appointment systems, coordinating food and repatriation efforts, and leading the Device for Every Child campaign, which raised over $150,000 US for tablets and laptops, demonstrated both administrative acumen, human warmth, and really good financial connections. A consummate connector, there you go, Consul General Wilson forged powerful institutional partnerships with leading entities such as Hartford Healthcare, University of the West Indies, Borough of Manhattan Community College, Monroe University, that's M-O-N-R-O-E, not M-U-N-R-O, Alpha School of Music, and others. These yielded scholarships, medical donations exceeding US $600,000, and landmark agreements that continue to advance Jamaica's health and education sectors. Her diplomatic reach extended to municipal and sister city partnerships with New London and Grattan, that's in Connecticut, Mount Vernon in New York, and Highland Park, again in New Jersey, reinforcing cultural and developmental bridges between Jamaica and U.S. communities. As chair of the CARICOM Consulate Corps 2023 to 2024, she demonstrated regional leadership, and this time she was not in the most perfect health, but she nevertheless continued to work really, really hard, coordinating hurricane responses, supporting World Cup engagement, and amplifying Caribbean unity. Her influence further extended through board service with the BMCC, Office of Diplomatic Engagement, Rosetown Foundation, and as founding treasurer and current chair of Jamaica's Promise. Consul General Wilson relaunch of the Jamaica Independence Gala stands as a hallmark of her tenure, transforming it into a premier New York celebration of national pride and philanthropy. The gala has provided scholarships to over 25 students, funded medical evacuations, and supported community foundations embodying her mantra of party with a purpose, and she could do both. She also successfully relocated the Consulate General and Permanent Mission to their modern headquarters at 300 East 42nd Street, a really lovely rearrangement, achieving reduced rent, improved terms, and greatly enhanced work environment for her staff. Her advocacy for staff development and welfare remains one of her most enduring legacy. I'm sure she constantly peppered the Foreign Ministry for resources to get that done. Through her force, and went out and found the money to do it. Through her foresight, warmth, and relentless dedication, Consul General Alcyon Wilson has elevated the image of Jamaica abroad, bridging hearts, building partnerships, Mr. President, and transforming goodwill into tangible national building impact. I know she was a woman of faith, and so may her soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on her. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister. Senator No, I'm trying to figure out. I don't call it, it's not so, right? It's Tame. Tame.
T-H.
But pronounced Tame, Senator Tame.
Morning all. Mr. President, we acknowledge the significance of Alcyon Wilson's service to the Jamaican community as the head of the Consulate General in New York. New York has long been a center of the Jamaican diaspora and also the Caribbean diaspora. I mean, our national hero, our first national hero, Marcus Garvey's UNIA, was even headquartered there before we became independent. And that is an important indicator of New York to all of us. That is to say, it was no small thing that she left her business pursuits and used her talents to represent our people in New York City. She did this not only through the usual diplomatic services provided by our missions, but was keen to use her position to facilitate the bonds between our community abroad and at home. You have heard from the previous presentation that, especially in the time of COVID, she thought it important to give her attention to mobilizing resources to provide tablets and laptops for Jamaican children at home. She was able to source scholarships and other resources for our health and education sectors. We recognize Ms. Wilson for giving herself or of herself in service to our fellow beloved Jamaican people. Respect to her and condolences to her loved ones at this time.
Thank you very much, Senator Tame. Much appreciated. May I ask the clerk to do likewise in relation to the earlier request, Madam Clerk? But would you also just write to the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and attach the relevant Hansard report? Thank you very much for those who contributed to that. And finally, as it relates to this aspect of our morning's work, the Senate, I ask you to, of course, recognize and to add the voice to place on the record of the Senate a tribute to the Honourable Jimmy Cliff, James Chambers, whose music transcended generational, national, cultural barriers and continues to uplift the spirits of so many, even today, and how important his music is to us today more than ever. A true musical ambassador helped to cement our country's place on the global musical landscape. Of course, it is fully recognized that we have lost a true icon. I personally I'd like to extend heartfelt condolences to his family, his friends, and the musical fraternity during this difficult time. Once again, as I indicated, in relation to the Electoral Commission, a time of transition, really. And I would invite tributes from the members. Senator Sinclair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, James Chambers, better known to most of us as Jimmy Cliff. And in fact, when you started this morning, you referred to him as Mr. Jimmy Cliff. He came to life in the quiet rural community of Somerton in the parish of St. James. And at the end of life's journey, he rose from being that little boy from rural Jamaica to be acclaimed internationally as one of the greatest reggae singers and musicians out of Jamaica. The name Jimmy Cliff appeared in many publications, Mr. President, of the popular Rolling Stones magazine. And indeed, that publication aptly described him as reggae's humble hero, someone who inspired generations of musicians around the world, who will be remembered for his humility, kindness, and sense of purpose. As one of our global superstars, Jimmy Cliff would have contributed to our island, Jamaica, carrying the description with little but with all. His contribution to building brand Jamaica is recognized and appreciated. His journey through life is one which should be recognized and adopted by every youth. He, Mr. President, gave life to the phrase, every ghetto youth is and can be a star. Jimmy Cliff was super and multi-talented. He was an actor, musician, and singer. In respect to the latter, even when he attained the title of being an elder, his vocals remain crisp and distinct. I recall his performance in March of 2019 at the ceremony in Montego Bay on the renaming of the former Gloucester Avenue as Jimmy Cliff Boulevard, where he moved himself into position at the microphone and where he sang the highly rated song, Many Rivers to Cross. His voice came through crisply and powerfully across the lawns of the old hospital park and the Montego Bay Harbor. The audience listened in absolute amazement, and we were left in awe at how powerful his voice was. As a youngster in the 1970s, I would have watched the 1972 Perry Hensel movie, the harder they come, in which Jimmy Cliff played the character Ivanhoe Martin, the youth who left rural Jamaica seeking a better life in Kingston. The movie, with a little-known actor in Jimmy Cliff, became a hit not only locally but internationally. Over the years, in many a conversation, people would recall various scenes out of that particular movie. But to think that someone with little acting experience could have taken the role and performed as well as Jimmy Cliff did speaks volumes to his talent. Beyond the entertainment scene, Jimmy Cliff contributed to Montego Bay's growth and development. He had interest in the construction of the Oneness Plaza, which bordered on Barnett Street and Hart Street, and which gave that area at the time a modern look and provided a home for a variety of business activities. He was a consummate family man and a great dad. And in spite of his super talent and international status, he did what great dads do. The level of his success is reflected in the words of his daughter, Odessa, and I quote, where she said, "He was our mentor, our guiding light. Before social media, those who would see my father would always see him with his children. You would catch us at the beach, at the movies, at the circus, on tour with him, just us doing things together. We were always around him, and he was a great dad." As I quote those words of his daughter, I'm reminded of the saying, "The power of a dad in a child's life is unmatched." And Jimmy Cliff is clearly unmatched, a true family man and a real dad. Mr. President, it is with great pride and privilege that I was a member of the St. James Municipal Council under Mayor Homer Davis, who, in dialogue with Minister Olivia Grange, passed a resolution to change the name of Gloucester Avenue to Jimmy Cliff Boulevard in honor of this great son of the soil of St. James. We regarded him in that way, Mr. President, as someone who was deserving of this honor, and I am satisfied that everyone in St. James was of that view. I take note that the government of Jamaica also awarded him the third highest honor, the Order of Merit. And in moving forward, I am advocating that a statue in his honor be placed at the entrance to Jimmy Cliff Boulevard, which is also the entrance to the Harmony Park. I will also take this opportunity, Mr. President, to propose that our Honourable Minister, in partnership with the family of this great icon, examine the feasibility of making his home at Somerton a museum which will stand as a lasting memory of his life and his work. His legacy must not be forgotten. The inspiration to all of us through his songs, Many Rivers to Cross, The Harder They Come, and You Can Get It If You Really Want, Born to Win, The Rebel in Me, should forever ring in the ear of each and every Jamaican and encourage us to never give up, overcome every struggle, and achieve greatness. In his own words, and I provide this quote from Jimmy Cliff himself, "I want to know that you feel empowered to get up and do something about your life and make your life better." That is the message that all those songs that he gave to us would encourage us to do. To his wife Latifa and his children, I express my deepest and sincerest condolences and pray that he has eternal rest. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Sinclair. Captain.
written something, so for the first time.
Very well.
I actually need it.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Thank you very much. Senator Scott Motley.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, it's an honor to be able to pay this tribute to Jimmy Cliff. I first of all extend my condolences to his family, and not just his family, but to Jamaica and to all those over the world who held him in high regard and esteem. Jimmy Cliff, James Chambers, was more than an international icon. He was one of Jamaica's own. His voice carried the sound of this island, the resilience, the faith, and the humor, the stubborn courage, and the profound love for our people that defined who we are as a nation. When he sang, he did not simply perform. He carried all of us with him. The People's National Party has long recognized the depth of Jimmy Cliff's influence on Jamaica's cultural identity and our place in the world. It was in that spirit that former Prime Minister, the Most Honourable P.J. Patterson, conferred upon him the Order of Merit in 2003, formally affirming what the global community already knew, that his contribution to music and film had brought distinguished honor to Jamaica and immeasurable pride to our people. Indeed, when Senator Floyd Morris tabled a motion to expand the number of national heroes, Jimmy Cliff was on that list. Senator Sinclair, I bet I could win you at something that I've watched The Harder They Come many more times than you. I bet I could win you. Okay, so quite without expecting to have started a contest, but I'm still willing to do the poll. So, Madam Clerk, edit that out of anything you sent. In Rebel in Me, he captured something Jamaicans understand instinctively, that inner fire that refuses to stay silent in the face of injustice. Jimmy possessed that spirit abundantly. He never stood apart from the struggles he sang about. He felt them, he lived them, and he transformed them into music that challenged us to confront wrongdoing with clarity and conviction. Through Treat the Youths Right, he placed a spotlight on one of the most urgent truths in our society, that the destiny of our young people shapes the destiny of Jamaica. He believed that every child deserved a fair chance, especially those who started life with the odds stacked against them. Honoring Jimmy Cliff means doing what he urged us to do, guiding our youths with intention, loving them with conviction, and nurturing a Jamaica where they know they matter. And in Journey, he shared the wisdom of a richly lived life, one marked by triumph and trial, joy and heartbreak, lessons learned and grace received. He understood what Jamaicans have lived, that the road is long, the climb is steep, and yet with God's help, we press on. Jimmy walked his road with courage, creativity, and a generous spirit. What has made his message so powerful is that it came from a Jamaican child who rose from the humblest of beginnings, worked for every open door, learned from every fall, and carried his people with him wherever he went. When he told us, you can get it if you really want, he was not offering empty optimism. He was giving us his own testimony, a lesson in perseverance, faith, and the dignity of striving. So today we do not merely mourn an artist, we mourn a son of the soil, a brother, a voice that shaped the rhythm of our national spirit. We give thanks for the courage he modeled, for the hope he sustained, and for the love of humanity that powered every note he sang. His life's work will continue to inspire generations to come. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you very much, Senator Scott Motley. Senator Tavares Finson.
Mr. President, Jimmy Cliff was one of those Jamaicans that truly transcended generations, and therefore it is fitting I pay tribute. My fellow Jamaicans, brothers and sisters at home and across the diaspora, it is with a heavy heart and the deepest sorrow that I stand before you today to speak of the passing of one of our greatest sons, James Chambers, the incomparable Jimmy Cliff. Born on the 30th of July, 1944, in the quiet rural community of Somerton District in St. James, Jimmy grew up in circumstances that many of us knew all too well. Modest, hardworking, rooted in the soil of this parish, and has given Jamaica so many of its brightest talents. As a little boy, he tended to livestock and walked miles to school. But even then, those who knew him say you could hear music in his step and a melody in his voice. That voice, clear, powerful, full of soul, would one day circle the globe and carry the story of Jamaica on its wings. He burst onto the scene while still a teenager with Hurricane Hattie in 1962, a song that showed from the very beginning that he could take the pain and the joy of everyday people and turn them into something timeless. But it was in the years that followed that Jimmy truly found his purpose. Songs like Wonderful World, Beautiful People, Vietnam, Many Rivers to Cross, You Can Get It If You Really Want, and Sitting in Limbo were more than hits. They were sermons in 3 minutes, prayers wrapped in rhythm, messages of hope for anyone who ever felt the weight of the world on their shoulders. Then came 1972, a turning point, not just for Jimmy, but for the entire nation, when he took the lead role in Perry Hensel's groundbreaking film, The Harder They Come. And when that soundtrack dropped, something shifted forever. Overnight, the world that had only whispered the word reggae began to shout it. From the streets of Kingston to the clubs of London, from the campuses of America to the villages of Africa, people heard Jimmy's voice and understood. This small island had a mighty spirit. That movie and that album did not just make Jimmy Cliff a global star. They made Jamaica a global force. Reggae became the soundtrack of resilience, resistance, and celebration. Jimmy was its first great ambassador. He toured the world for decades, from Europe, Africa, Asia, the Americas, and everywhere he went, he wore Jamaica on his sleeve. He sang for Nelson Mandela's release. He performed at independence celebrations across the Caribbean and Africa. He brought down the house at Glastonbury and at Reggae Sunsplash locally. He collected honors most artists can only dream of. Inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, awarded the Order of Merit by his own country, only the second reggae artist after Bob Marley to receive that highest civilian honor. Yet, no matter how many stages he conquered, he always came home. He never forgot Somerton. He never forgot St. James. He never forgot Jamaica. Jimmy was more than a singer. He was a teacher. In many rivers to cross, he taught us that suffering is real, but so is the strength to keep moving. In You Can Get It If You Really Want, he reminded every young person listening that perseverance will overturn privilege every time. In The Harder They Come, he showed us that even when the system is stacked against you, the human spirit can still write its own ending. And now, though his voice has fallen silent at the age of 81, those lessons remain loud as ever. His music will play in our taxis and our sound systems, in our churches and our schools, in our homes and in our hearts for as long as Jamaica breathes. To his children, his grandchildren, his family in St. James, and to every Jamaican who ever stood a little taller because Jimmy Cliff was one of us, we grieve with you. But we also celebrate with you because your father, your grandfather, your uncle, your cousin was a giant who walked among us and left footprints too deep ever to be washed away. Mr. President, in keeping with the wishes he expressed during his lifetime, the government of Jamaica will award Jimmy Cliff the full honor of an official national funeral. We will come together from Montego Bay to Morant Bay, from the diaspora in Brooklyn, Birmingham, Toronto, to give thanks for a life that lifted an entire nation. Details will be announced shortly, but let me say this clearly. Every Jamaican who wishes to pay respect will have the opportunity to do so. This will be a celebration worthy of a man and the legacy he leaves behind. Mr. President, Jimmy Cliff once sang, "I can see clearly now, the rain is gone." Today, the rain falls heavily on our hearts, but we know the sun will shine again because he showed us how. Even in the recent passage of Hurricane Melissa, we know as Jamaicans we will see clearly and rebuild stronger than before. Rest in eternal peace, James Chambers, Jimmy Cliff, son of Somerton, son of St. James, son of Jamaica. You gave us more than music. You gave us belief. You gave us pride. Walk good, my brother. The rivers may be wide, but you have already crossed them all, and you carried us with you. Thank you, Jimmy, from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Tavares Vincent. Senator Bernard. Thank you very much, Senator Tavares. Senator Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is an honor and a privilege to pay tribute to Dr. James Chambers, Jimmy Cliff, an artist whose creative genius, humanity, and cultural influence have shaped Jamaica and the world. In November 1997, the University of the West Indies, Mona, conferred upon him the honorary Doctor of Letters in recognition of his extraordinary contributions to music and film. My own connection to this national icon began years later on February the 4th, 2005, during the inaugural concert at the UWI Distinguished Concert Series, held at the Oriental Gardens to celebrate the launch of his Black Magic album. The event, Senator Charles, Senator Thompson, was in many respects a St. James event and a Cornwall College event, and I'll tell you why. Yes, but no. Never leave out Senator Charles Sinclair. I did say that. But the event was in many respects a St. James and indeed a Cornwall College gathering, as it was guided by Vice Chancellor Emeritus at the time, Professor Rex Nettleford. It was coordinated by Deputy Principal Joseph Pereira, was sponsored by CVM TV, well at the time, led by Dr. David McBean, and with yours truly acting as the logistics coordinator for the event. Yet the true significance of the evening was the opportunity it provided for my personal encounter with Jimmy Cliff. In conversation, he was soft-spoken, deeply philosophical, reflecting on race, religion, politics, the university, and of course, the music. Although he was fully aware of his legendary status, he held no rigid, purist views on the music. Instead, he approached culture and music as dynamic, context-shaped expressions, distinct, yet never mutually exclusive. His performance that night was unforgettable. Senator Morgan, you were there with me. Was unforgettable. He introduced the audience to a young Tessan Chin, one of his backup singers. She delivered a powerful solo cameo. And he also stunned the distinguished gathering by incorporating, Mr. President, Ivanhoe Martin's notorious knife-slashing scene from The Harder They Come in his musical performance, reciting the infamous expletives as he reacted or reenacted the Defiant Outlaw. While Professor Rex Nettleford later intellectualized the moment, many of us at the time who were dancehall fans simply welcomed Jimmy Cliff's bold engagement with the realities of violence and popular culture. And it allows us to carry the debate a bit further, knowing that Dr. James Chambers was a part of the discourse. My understanding of Jimmy Cliff, however, predated the UWI event. Again, during one of my visits to South Africa, you were not on this one, Senator Morgan. Yes, ma'am. During one of my visits to South Africa, I learned of his profound influence during the apartheid struggles. His controversial decision to perform there, despite calls for boycott, created an integrated audience that challenged apartheid's rigid racial divisions. One of my South African colleagues, to my surprise, astonishment, one of my South African colleagues ranked Jimmy Cliff only below Peter Tosh as his favorite freedom fighter musician, noting that Jimmy did not merely sing about liberation, he enacted it, breaking barriers by simple, powerful act of insisting that all people could stand together in one space. Mr. President, beyond his global stature, as one of reggae's most iconic voices, Jimmy Cliff, as was outlined in some degree by Senator Sinclair, Jimmy Cliff embodies a lesser known but equal remarkable quality, a sharp business acumen grounded in community, humility, and respect for ordinary Jamaicans. His ventures illustrated a man who used his success to create opportunities for others. A defining example is his acquisition of an underutilized property at 38 Bond Street in Montego Bay in the 80s, as mentioned before, where many saw an aging structure. Jimmy saw potential, both economic and social. He transformed the building into a two-story One-S Plaza, as was mentioned earlier, a name that reflected his philosophy of unity and inclusiveness. Over the years, the plaza became home to many small, micro, and nano enterprises, shops occupied by barbers, hairdressers, tailors, food vendors, and inevitably record shops. Small community-based enterprises anchored in local livelihoods. Jimmy was intentional in choosing tenants, prioritizing small operators who typically lack access to prime commercial spaces. It was a quiet act of empowerment, demonstrating a business model rooted not only in profit, but in community, in opportunity, in dignity, and social upliftment. As mentioned previously, his imprint on Montego Bay was further cemented on March 28, 2019, when Gloucester Avenue, the globally known hip strip, was officially renamed Jimmy Cliff Boulevard in recognition of his immense contribution to Jamaican culture and international music. The ceremony signaled not only national pride, but a deep integration of his legacy in Jamaica's cultural identity. Yet, even with international acclaim and national honors, Jimmy's heart remained planted in Somerton, St. James. He returned home frequently, maintaining personal relationships and offering quiet support to the community, especially children. Mr. President, I personally can remember Jimmy Cliff's famous back-to-school treats as a Montegonian. Many who were not even from the immediate environs would participate in that venture. Many Somerton families recall his generous back-to-school sessions and always delivering without fanfare. His values were shaped by growing up in his father's, Brother Pally, he was called, small wayside shop, where we learned the dignity of enterprise and the importance of people, where people feel seen, welcome, and respected. In this way, Mr. President, Jimmy Cliff's life transcends stages and studios. He's not only a cultural icon, but a symbol of Jamaica's resilience, creativity, and opportunity, where none exists. He widened the circle for the marginalized and used his gifts to uplift rather than to elevate himself. His legacy teaches us that greatness is found not only in international accolades, but in the quiet, consistent acts of generosity and humanity that change lives. Mr. President, Jimmy Cliff stands among the finest examples of what Jamaica has to offer the world. Talent anchored in purpose, success grounded in community, and a relentless belief in the power of unity. His life's work, musical, social, entrepreneurial, remain an enduring testament to the idea that one can rise to global heights while keeping both feet firmly planted in the soil of home. Walk good, Jimmy Cliff. Head high, shoulders back, as you take your rightful place among the constellations of immortals. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Bernard. Leader? Senator Scott Motley, that's it? Senator Tim? Okay. Senator Tim?
I just want to make one point about generations. I teach a course in popular Jamaican music in the first 20 years of independence at the University of the West Indies. And my 21st century students, when I talk to them about the 60s and the suffering and struggles of Jamaican people that led to the Black Power movement and the rise of reggae as protest music, they don't get it until I show them the harder they come. Then their eyes are totally wide open. That's it.
Thank you very much, Senator Tim. Colleagues, thank you very much for all who have contributed to the tributes today and to the tribute to Jimmy Cliff. I listened to the tributes in the lower house, and I must say those here were equally cogent and instructive. I thank all of you who contributed. Madam Clerk, as I did before, I would ask that you prepare the Hansard and have it conveyed to the children, relatives, wife of Jimmy Cliff. Statements by ministers? No. Statements by ministers? Minister, the Honourable Aubyn Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce. I recognize you from a seat as on your own.
Thank you very much again, Mr. President. And this morning I rise because of the hurricane. But before I go any further, this is my first time in the Senate after we were appointed or reappointed. And so, Mr. President, it's the first time I've heard, I know it's the second time, but it's the first time I've heard Christian, Senator Christian, that's a nice name, give his statement in the Senate. So I'm pleased to be back with my colleagues on this side. And Mr. President, I'm equally pleased to see that my friend of a long time, Senator Brown, is firmly ensconced where he was before that particular event in September.
No, before that event he was around the back. He has
you promoted him, Mr. President?
He has been promoted here now.
So it's good to see you back, Senator Brown. I know we will hear from you from time to time. I'm going to talk about the Prime Minister gave my ministry the responsibility to get businesses back up and running. And I'm not talking about Grace Kennedy and Wisconsin. They know where to find us if they need us. I'm talking about other businesses at a lower level, small and medium-sized enterprises, how they get back on their feet. We decided to look at the 5 parishes that were, all 7 that were badly affected, but we started on the first 5. The work that I'm going to show you and talk about today happened primarily in St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, and St. James. We're on to Trelawney and Hanover next. But before I start, Mr. President, I'm just going to ask my staff members to show you a couple of slides as to what happened after Melissa arrived on border, which is right between the border of Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth, and the work that has been done, not yet completed, but you can see the change. I wonder if they'd run them for me. Do we have them? I see the IT gentleman is moving, Mr. President, so. In the meantime, here we go. This is how the shops at border looked after Melissa arrived. We arrived there a few days after the hurricane. Of course, border is just west of Black River, which was completely denuded by the hurricane. So if you could go to the next. This is another set of shops. Look at the rubbish at the top left hand of that slide. You can see what had to be moved from behind it. Next. This is just one of the names of stalls that was left there. 1 or 2 you see down there. And let's move now to see what that was at the far end in the Westmoreland part of the border area. This is what they've begun to look like. Substantial investment by the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, approved by Cabinet, and we are continue. That was in border. Here we are delivering generators in parts of St. James. We actually started in South St. James and right across to deliver generators so that small shops who do not have power, they can't buy chicken because they have no refrigeration, no freezer, they can't sell cold drinks. We provided them with generators until the JPS power returns so that the communities can come back and begin to, again, to do business. There you are, that's a bigger generator, and you can see different members of Parliament, and Senator Sinclair was with me on some of those visits. And here we are in another place. I think this is partly Minister Ed Bartlett's constituency, way up in the countryside. These are really country places. And of course, before that, you saw MP Birchall getting a generator for her people in her area. In fact, her constituency was the first one that we attended. So on October 31st, yes, it's there. There's a picture with Sean Paul, if I remember correctly. All in black. I was standing with them. It's not there. But it's in the speech, so I'll get to it. On October 31st, 2025, a hybrid meeting. When is October 31st? The storm came on the 28th. I was actually in Korea on government business. I came back. American Airlines wasn't flying, or any other American airline at the time. I came back through Cayman on the 30th. I think it was a Friday or Thursday. On the 31st, I called a meeting at the ministry with over 100 business houses, which are manufacturers and distributors. Discussion was entered on maintaining adequate supplies and production levels for storage and capacity and service delivery after the passage of the very, very destructive Hurricane Melissa. Soon after the passage of the hurricane, Prime Minister Dr. the Most Honourable Andrew Holness gave a mandate to me and the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Jamaica's business ministry, to get businesses back up in the 5 parishes that were worst affected: St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, St. James, Trelawney, and Hanover. But we're looking at all 7 that were badly affected. The first constituency some of my team members visited, including the permanent secretary that is here, was St. James, where Ms. Nikisha Burchell is a member of Parliament. That's South St. James. On October 30th, 2025, upon returning from South Korea, I was on government business. I reorganized the ministry into the Business Restoration Working Group, bringing all 20 agency heads, senior personnel in the ministry, under the coordination of the permanent secretary, Mrs. Sansa Bennett-Templer, and myself. The ministry, through the agencies, recruited 221 volunteers to carry out on-the-ground assessments of businesses to help identify those businesses that needed to be restored. So at this stage, Mr. President, I want to say thanks to the Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Sansa Bennett-Templer, to the CTD of the Ministry, Dr. Franklin, Dr. Richard Franklin, and to Dr. Cliff Riley, who heads up the hazardous services, let me see now, regulatory authority. That means when you go to the dentist, make sure you see the HSRA sign on their door, because if it's not there, you could be getting a dose of nuclear power in your dentures, in your mouth. That is not the right amount. The HSRA is the agency in government that regulates that, and it's not a joke. More and more, and I say this publicly now, so that all the dentists who are not registered should be registered with the HSRA. I don't think there are many left, but there might be some. So Dr. Riley led the teams on the ground. We had many, many teams going out. As I said, 221 volunteers. We didn't instruct them, volunteers from the ministry that got involved. Teams from the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, the company's Office of Jamaica, Jamaica Business Development Corporation, the Hazardous Substance Regulatory Authority, and the electrical engineers from the Bureau of Standards in Jamaica. They went with us. The Bureau of Standards engineers tested the generators and went with us to make sure that they were properly deployed. And in collaboration with private sector firms, we formed a vital part of the assessment process. Firms like Wisinco, Carimed, Jamaica Broilers, and Lasco, I thank them all. And there are others, but I pick out these because they knew and they know the shops that are performing and are vital in communities where they operate. Because we're going to go in and try and restart businesses, we had to pick the leading shops where people would go and people would buy lots of their stuff from. So that's why we got the distributors in. And they played a vital part to us. We have information, of course, from the company's office, from Exim Bank, from JBDC, and all of that we put together. Generators had to be given to several businesses in St. James because St. James was so badly affected. We were looking at ordinary Jamaican businesses, getting back on their feet so that ordinary people could go and buy their stuff. You can't continue to give out care packages forever. People must get back to businesses. And there's a reason why we do that. The supply chain, which you will see there, but I'm going to talk about it right here, is vital. You have big distributors. I went to, for instance, Grace's warehouse. They showed me that they had enough for between 7 weeks and 6 months. And while I was there, more merchandise was coming in. So we have had enough food and stuff to go around. But the supply chains were cut in 7 parishes. So our job in the ministry is to get those stores back up and running. And because of that, we know that the supply chain will move, because if the goods are in the warehouse, they're no good to anybody. If they're in their sub-distributors, there's no good to anybody. They have to get to the retail stores, and the retail stores have to be able to have power to run their business. Then people can buy. That chain is important. You'll hear more about how the people are going to get to buy, because when that works well, the revenues come into the Ministry of Finance that we need to build back hospitals and roads and make sure our children are going back to school. So that whole supply chain is an ecosystem that the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce is vitally interested in and vitally committed to make sure it gets back up and working. So, Mr. President, a total of 1,293 businesses were assessed during the period November 10th to December 1, 2025. I want to stop there and let you understand what that means. Sometimes we didn't have roads. Roads had to be cleared and moved. We certainly, in the first few days, didn't have connectivity. Yes, Starlink got out and got us some. And then, of course, Digicel and Flow were 2 of the 100 businesses that we met with in that first meeting on the 31st. They were committed to get back up, but then they needed power in places to get back up. And JPS was getting the power back. So when I say that we've visited 1293, it wasn't an easy task, but we had to get out there and get it done. And 602 businesses were assessed during week 1, 592 in week 2, and 99 during week 3 of the total number of companies assessed. 262 businesses were assessed in Trelawney, and you had places like Daniel Town, Wharf Road, Martha Bray, Clarkstown, Greenwood, Main Street, Cornwall Street, King Street, and then 285 were assessed in Hanover, including the Grill Lucy, of course, Main Street, Bus Park, Horton Court, Hopewell, Orange Bay, 109 in St. Elizabeth. There were Black River, Newmarket, Louisville, Border, Middle Quarters, Santa Cruz, and they're listed in my statement I issued to the Senate. 201, and of course it will be enhanced right afterwards, 201 businesses were assessed in Westmoreland, including White House, Chester Castle, Savlamar. 436 businesses in St. James, Norwood, Canaan, Industry, Barnett Street, Cornish Row, Hobbs Avenue, Market Street, Gravel Lane, Greenwood, and a whole bunch of them in industrial complex. We looked at 2 clusters, Mr. President. Those pictures you saw came from one of the clusters. We had 44 shops in one area called Border, right at the border of St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland. They were denuded. There were maybe 55 individual persons who had businesses there. So you can imagine how many families were affected. There were 26 fishermen behind those people. It was there that I met Sean Paul, and I didn't meet Sean Paul. Sean was there, and his team. I met the team, of course, and they were giving out board and zinc to people, and people were very happy and receptive for it. Many of them use those at their homes because their homes were, they told us, said we have no zinc on our roof, the tarpaulin blows off as we put it on, and they were happy to get that help. And we put in the stalls that you saw in the pictures to make sure they could use the largesse that they got from Sean Paul where they needed it so badly in their homes. Staff from Central Ministry conducted underground assessment to verify which businesses were positioned to resume operations and would benefit meaningfully from the support. The most recent assessments were done in a compound. I'll have a sip of water as I go up the forest. In a compound, Mr. President, Dr. Riley and his team went up there and assessed 25 businesses. Several wooden structures were completely destroyed, while concrete buildings suffered extensive roof damage. Some shops are partially operational but require continuous power. Minister Olivia Babs-Grange and myself will visit a compound when the installation team will visit again shortly to install those generators. The Sean Paul kitchen I mentioned before, Chef Brian Lumley met with me, and they're going to look at providing utensils for some of the stalls that are and shops that are being restored. A major corporate partner, a major corporate partner has agreed to undertake the branding and beautification of retail shops and stalls at border and middle quarters. Let me tell you about this, Mr. President. We are clearly spending quite a bit of money from the taxpayers' coffer in border. But in addition, we have had a major corporate sponsor that says we will decorate and name and put back the branding of the shops up there. And we want to thank them. When the agreement is completed and the work is done, we will, of course, disclose. Cabinet approved $20 million on November 10, 2025 to pilot the restoration of the retail spaces at border at the point where St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland meet. 45 families, 26 fishermen will be helped, plus all the farmers who produce all the stuff, the yam, the potatoes, the vegetables that go into the food that is produced or shared. On Monday, December 1, 2025, Cabinet approved a further $42 million to expand that process to middle quarters, elsewhere in St. James, Trelawney, Hanover, and across other places that really Melissa hurt so badly. Local contractors engaged through the JBDC and the ministry have been working, as you've seen the work in the pictures. To restore power to affected communities, the ministry procured 15 generators through a tender process. Again, all of this we would love. And remember, Mr. President, when I was Group Managing Director at NCB, to spend the money, I go to the board, I get the board's approval, and we're out there spending the money. Not so with government money. We have to make sure everything is checked and corrected. Permanent Secretary is under great pressure from the rules that she has to abide by, and from the pressure of urgency that I must abide by. But she manages to get her ways, and we're making sure that the taxpayers' money, not government's money, the taxpayers' money is spent properly. An additional 25 generators are being procured. I think 15 of them have already been done, and we're going to install those first. One major grocery business in White House, we're looking at giving them substantial assistance because they are the main meat purveyor in the area. They their rice and sugar and everything else was all really destroyed. When the roof of the building was torn off, we're looking to help to put that back up for them. Absolutely, absolutely. And if you notice what I'm saying, I'm not interested in the politics at all, because we go to wherever people have the need, whoever is the MP. These recovery efforts commenced just 3 days after the hurricane, guided in part by the technical direction from the major distributors who helped to identify the most critical needs among our small businesses. So, Mr. President, we're looking at renovating 44 stalls at border, and it's now 70% complete. We expect that early in the next couple of days, those will be finished. We put in 11 gasoline generators in Norwood, Anchovy, Industrial Canaan. Business identified in a compound for generators and building repairs. Additional businesses identified in Anchovy, Montpelier for generators, and we're taking some out. I think Saturday we're going back to Montpelier and Anchovy to put in some more generators. Businesses in White House, as I mentioned, Fresh Choice Meats, the big business there, we're going to try and help them back on their feet. Another cluster of shops in middle quarters. MP assisted with ongoing assessments to support business recovery in key areas. We called the MPs, they sent me some lists. We, of course, go and make sure we check that these are the ones that are central to the communities. The Companies Office of Jamaica, Mr. President, has proposed a series of targeted fee reductions to support financial and economic relief across 7 of the most affected parishes. Now, the Companies Office is one of the agencies in my ministry. First, an extension of the current late fee waiver for entities in these parishes running from October 27, 25 to October 31, 2026. The next step is to implement the waiver for all affected accounts and update the system to reflect the new timeline. That's a major issue with businesses, and I'm very happy that this is being implemented. A 50% reduction in incorporation fees for charitable purposes related, in other words, for charities that need to be established as they get donations from overseas. We're going to make sure the fee is cut by 50%, and especially if it's related to hurricane relief initiatives. It's also proposed for the period December 1, 2025 to March 31, 2026. The next step is to confirm approval and adjust the fee schedule accordingly. A reduction in certified copy fees for the 7 affected parishes from December 1, 2025 to October 31, 2026, pending confirmation of approval and subsequent updates of the fee schedule. The Companies Office recommends reduced fees for letters of good standing. Every business needs one of those. It can be a pain, especially now when they have lost their papers and so on, and status letters across the 7 affected parishes during the period, again, December 1, 2025 to March 31, 2026. As with the others, the next step is to confirm approval and update the fee schedule. We're going to have the Companies Office operate a pop-up mobile services across various parishes between December 1 and March 31, 26 to improve access and speed of service delivery. Mr. President, the Andrew Holness administration, the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce are working in collaboration with resilient and maybe not badly affected major business houses to help other small businesses, which touch many lives in numerous communities, to get back on their operating feet. This urgent and noble effort continues, Mr. President. Even as I speak, our teams are out there, and this will continue until we get Jamaican businesses back up and running, to make sure that supply chain that will end up in people's pots and on their tables, and gratefully in the Ministry of Finance revenue bucket. That's the real reason why we're doing all this work from the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, if it pleases you, Mr. President.
One minute, Minister. Ms. Brandon. Ms. Anderson, Senator Anderson.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Minister, for your presentation.
Senator Anderson, I recognize you and recognize you as a relevant spokesperson. So could I ask you to have your run-up and question in 15 minutes?
Ask me to?
Have your run-up and question in 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Your response and question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Minister, I thank you so much for your presentation, and I thank your hardworking team, though they have left. That's all right. Though they have left for the work that they would have done to take you to this point. House, we note that Hurricane Melissa struck some communities that were still recovering from Hurricane Beryl. So for thousands of Jamaicans in that part of the island, recovery is no longer a phase. It is almost like a cycle, with families losing their homes, income, and the very tools they need to rebuild their lives. Generally, our MSMEs represent over 90% of registered businesses in Jamaica and employ the majority of the formal workforce. But many are informal, they're uninsured, and they operate with limited savings. When their homes and tools are damaged, they lose both shelter and the collateral to continue earning. And they normally have less than 2 weeks of cash reserves. So while many speak for big businesses, today I choose to speak for the MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises. I speak of the fishermen who have lost their fish pots, their fishing boats, their craft supplies. They don't have electricity. For the small shopkeepers who may use internet, people operate like homework centers and charge for that. They're wiped out. And in cases where they may not be wiped out, they have a loss of their customers because there's a loss of income for persons in those areas. So we can anticipate what Jamaicans will face in the days ahead. It's not looking like a bright Christmas, and unless we take some deliberate and conscious action, 2026 is not going to be very bright for them either. While we rightly focus on roads and essential services, and the Minister spoke quite a bit about building and structure, I want to center on the engine of economic life in rural Jamaica, or MSMEs. They're not abstract economic units. Let me remind you, they're hairdressers, they are shopkeepers, they're dressmakers, they're farmers, they are our bar operators, or craft vendors and small suppliers who keep communities functioning, and others. When they fail, though, what the Minister didn't say is that entire local economies fail with them. In light of that, Mr. President, I support the opposition leader in calling again for a broad-based national task force to involve government, opposition, private sector, civil society, including some of these MSMEs. Recovery must be transparent, coordinated, and equitable. We cannot rebuild in a piecemeal fashion. We owe them and as a matter of fact, all Jamaicans clarity, and they need it now. So, Mr. President, I had some questions for the Minister in response to his statement, which I will pose them now. You know, we need to look at, Minister, the working capital that these persons will need. So we can anticipate for the more formal ones who have loans with banks, we may see an increase in their ability to repay, and so default rates will rise. The risk appetite of financial institutions, therefore, may also fall in the short term. But, Minister, payment deferral, like what most financial institutions normally do, with interest accumulated, cannot be the solution this time. Is the government prepared to incentivize banks to offer genuine interest-free moratoriums? And I'll soon come to DBJ, Senator Morgan. Immediate recovery support, the Prime Minister had indicated that your ministry, and you also shared with us today, would develop a strategic plan to reopen small community shops. I understand what you have shared so far, but what I want to know is the full scope of the plan. I want to understand a little bit more about how the communities that you listed so elaborately were prioritized. How will success be measured to say that they have been supported to recover? Is the 62 million so far approved by Cabinet the full sum? I reiterate that if small shops remain closed, communities will die. So we recommend, in addition to the 1,293 that you say are already recorded, that there's a parish-level MSME recovery registry that can continuously assess and monitor the impact to them and determine if recovery is coming at the pace that we envisioned. I also wonder if the leaders who support our MSMEs were aware of the tool that's being used to assess. And if they're not, it's not too late, because they can still be asked to ensure that they have input in the design of the tool. They are the people in that area, they would know. So on behalf of them, Minister, I thank you for the late fee waiver, and I ask that you go one step further and look at all those fees. Could you contemplate in those 7 hit parishes waiving licensing, vending fees, fees for letters of good standing until October 2026, and not just reducing the fees? I had also anticipated to hear more about e-vouchers to stimulate local commerce, and I ask that you do something about that or tell us a little bit more about that strategy. The generator loan program that you spoke about, we were told 50 generators before. Today you spoke to 30. I'm a little surprised to know that 1 month later, only 15 have been deployed. I am not quite sure how the benefactors were selected and what's the impact of giving it to them if you got the result you desired. And I want to know if, as we build back better, will renewable options be considered rather than just what I consider an impractical rotation of 30 generators. And now to Senator and Minister Morgan, access to DBJ funding. Oh, yes, yes. My apologies. Look how elevating you to that. Thank you, Senator. All right, call that a youthful, exuberant slip. All right, so access to DBJ funding. So the DBJ initially said 10 billion, a little bit of a, change of what was explained after, because now we hear only 1 billion is previously or now available, and 3 billion to come, and then the rest as a part of the 3-year program. So what I want to know is where the remaining 6 billion will come from. Is it that they are going to do it from own source, or will it be provided to them in the years, in the remaining 2 years? What adjustments, though, will be made to streamline access from DBJ? Because it says that it's a 20 million minimum loan amount. So that means only a few hundred businesses will benefit, and certainly not the smaller businesses. So what specific interventions will exist for the smaller operators, shopkeepers, vendors, farmers, and all the persons that the minister spoke to? So I guess, Minister, I really want to know if you're going to come back to us with a more medium to longer term strategy. In closing now, Mr. President, I want to raise one more important issue before I end, and that's of price gouging. During disasters, we all know when supply is limited and the need is high, sellers will take advantage. The Disaster Risk Management Act provides temporary protection, but after it's lifted, vulnerabilities will remain, because this is going to continue the situation we find ourselves in for a few more months to come. I commend the government for activating the orders, and I join my party in supporting the interventions that they supported. When the disaster order is lifted, the question remains, what happens next for consumer protection? Minister, I noticed on your page and also in the newspaper, you commented on a situation out west to say it really wasn't a situation of price gouging, but it was price increases due to shortages. Respectfully, I think that we need a data-driven approach to validate your statement. I think we need a more systematic method of collecting, storing, and analyzing data as it relates to market activity. I'm therefore recommending that some monies are allocated to building back stronger, strengthening our capability in data protection to protect consumers. The opposition would also propose a more modern consumer protection strategy anchored on detection, so that's real-time monitoring with technology, market surveillance, coordinated data and analytics, and corrective action, stronger enforcement and penalties. I think this will strengthen Jamaica's ability to identify and respond to price gouging, and indeed could be a part of a wider legislative modernization agenda. A more comprehensive approach would reinforce Jamaica's resilience, stabilize our prices, protect households, and preserve our macroeconomic balance. I know it's a delicate balance, but I think we need to strengthen the foundation for recovery and reconstruction while preserving the delicate balance between market forces and state responsibility in times of crisis. So in closing, I offer that these actions will be a tangible demonstration of your ministry's commitment to continue looking after the safety and fairness of the country's commercial activities. It will stabilize prices, protect consumers, strengthen recovery, and do justice to our MSMEs. I thank you. If it pleases you.
Thank you very much. Minister, you want to answer now or wait until the end? You want to respond now. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Senator Anderson. You notice when I started and when I ended, I said our teams are out there even as I speak. The 1293 was never at all suggested that it was final and comprehensive and done. In fact, everything I said is that we're out there. I said we're going back tomorrow. Today's Friday? Tomorrow. We're back in South St. James installing generators. There's a reason why you have, you know, when you are coming to something new, you see things differently from when you have been there. You go out there and first of all, you have to, the process, as I said, when I'm at NCB or you were at JMMB, you get your approval, you go and spend. I can't do that. I have to go and get at least 3 generator purveyors to bid. I can't just go and buy it from the store and take them and install them. Then, when we get them from the purveyors, they have to be tested. Luckily, the BSJ, Bureau of Standards of Jamaica, is in my ministry. Each one has to be tested. We can't just go out there and put in a generator, and if it doesn't work, what do we do? But I do more than that. I take some of the technicians from the Jamaica Business Development Corporation and the BSJ to install them, to make sure they're properly done, and whoever, sometimes it's not the owner who is going to operate it. Many times these shops are owned by ladies, okay? And we have to take that, because you have to assess who wants. Remember, I must tell you, I ask MPs for where generators to go. And sometimes for days I don't get response. I follow them up to get, because I don't want to hear next that you never even talk to the MPs. So it's a process. I understand what you're saying. So what you see there is not at all. If you notice, on the 10th of November, I got some money from Cabinet. I'm doing it because as I install, I said, this is what we've done. There's a bigger budget that we're looking at, so I prefer to go back on performance, which is, of course, how we run the government. So that's why you see in tranches like this. Tranches is something I know you understand as a financier. On the consumer side, I made that statement. The Consumer Affairs Commission of Jamaica is very, very capable. They go out, they make assessments. Those statements weren't made because I sat down in my office and think that's a good thing to do. I checked with the Consumer Affairs Commission. We have the Fair Trade Commission that does other things. They're actually going to be combined into one, but it's almost there. But the Consumer Affairs Commission have the prices before Melissa. They have the invoices because they're out there in the field all the time. They go back, and when I say it's not all price gouging, because when you go back and look at the invoice, does the invoice come from the distributor of repute, and therefore you know that something has changed? And look at the trucking. The trucking guys, they couldn't find their drivers. So you get, suppose you had 20 drivers, and you get 5. You're going to have to pay them more to even work. Prices go up. So it is not that we do have data to back this up. The DBJ funding, you see, it's unfortunate, this statement I saw on the front page of the Gleaner. I happen to be working very closely with the DBJ, Dr. Lowe. You ask where the other $6 billion is going to come from. I was at a dinner 3 nights ago from a major international financial institution, and they are willing to give DBJ the money. I was at breakfast with another one with DBJ yesterday. So we have no doubt that the money will come. And I tell you why I feel that way, Mr. President. I was in Korea when the hurricane hit. I had the privilege of talking to the president of the IDB, Dr. Ilhan Golfan, and his chief of staff. He immediately said, we have $285 million ready to give to Jamaica. We're going to the board with another $400 million. Well, you can see where by the time he came to Jamaica, he's offering $1 billion, and we have $6.7 billion, Mr. President. We didn't ask. We didn't have to write a letter and ask. The record of the Andrew Holness administration, and I want to make it very clear, the strong performance, financial performance record of the Andrew Holness administration made it sure that the international partners, before we ask for loans, because we haven't been asking for loans, offers us $6.75 billion US dollars. It is on that basis, Senator Anderson, and from the meetings I've been having, that I know that the additional $6 billion will not be a problem. In fact, they want us to take more money, but we're a prudent government, and we're very careful as to how we take people's money on loans. So the money is coming. Right now, the truth is, DBJ of its size, and you're from the banking institution, DBJ in the next 2 years could not easily deploy $4 billion US dollars unless it has arrangements with the AFIs. But also, I'm linking DBJ with Exim Bank, another of my agencies. Exim has the small and medium-sized enterprise business, as you know, and therefore, they are going to be looked after. My job is not out there, as I said when I began. I'm saying I'm not out there for Grace. I'm not out there for Wisinko. They need me, they know where to find me. And I will be responsive to them. I'm out there for the people who don't have, mom and pops, who don't understand how to do this. We're out there to help them. That's what this caring administration does. So I'm pleased for your questions, but I promise you, we are out there. I tell you, I haven't, most times, you don't see me in a suit. He knows I'm out there in St. James 5, 6 times for the week, out there to make sure I see what's going on. No, man, we just picked St. James because of the border, okay? And the first place I went was to MP Burchell's constituency, believe it or not. So late nights, I come home 11, 12 o'clock. So I'm not taking just people's word. Me go out there and see it myself. Okay, me go out there and see it myself. And I will return with more information in due course. Thank you.
Senator Gale?
Yes. Minister, I take note of the invested collaborative approach and partnership. And you made mention of the collaboration with the DBG. I want to ask, because there's another entity that I am associated with. That's the Exim Bank. And I want to ask specifically around the nature of collaboration between your ministry, the DBG, and the Exim Bank as part of this recovery process. To give us a feel, give us the nature of any specifics in terms of that collaboration towards this recovery venture.
Minister Hill, I ask you again, you have a choice, Last week, Senate, you prefer to take it? No problem. You can do it one at a time. I don't have an issue. I just wanted them to know that you have an alternative. So you want to take the rest together? So you noted Senator Gale's question. Senator Tomlinson. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Tame again. Senator Tomlinson. Okay, good. Senator Tame, go ahead, please.
I note the minister's reference to substantial investment and, use of significant taxpayer dollars. And you showed us some board structures in Border that, in all honesty, appear as if I could have done them myself. So I'm wondering, what kind of investment in dollars are we talking about that goes into building? What do these structures cost? And what does the dollar figure look like when you are looking at what has actually been constructed already?
Thank you very much, Senator Thames. Senator, anybody over here? Senator? One minute, let me just find your mic. No, I'm going from, okay, yes, okay, Senator Tomlinson, go ahead. And then I come to you, Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. President. Minister, I don't think I heard from you.
Your mic again for me, Senator Tomlinson.
Are you hearing me? Yeah. Right. Minister, I don't think I heard from you in a substantive way the role of the Exim Bank in the recovery process. I've been engaging with the stakeholders in the sector, and they have indicated to me that they have not heard from the government what will be provided to them through the Exim Bank. I also want to know, Minister, if since the first meeting with the small business community after Hurricane Melissa, if you have met with them subsequently to get an update or to get a progress report, and are they a part of the working group that has been set up by the ministry?
Thank you, Senator Tomlinson. Senator Bennett Cooper. And first time on our feet, other than the prayer.
Linked to the issue of collaboration that Senator Gale mentioned, if I may ask, is the ministry partnering with any private sector organization to fast-track business recovery in the affected areas?
Thank you, Senator Bennett Cooper. Senator and Leader Scott Motley.
Minister,
Engage again for me, please, sorry. What is happening is that I neglected to take off that mic when I disengaged. Yes,
so, Minister, I noticed the photograph that you put up on screen and the shops which you have restored. are restoring, 70% complete, but projected to be completed by December 6th, is what you said. I could hardly distinguish which one was before and which one was being restored. And I want to ask you this. Is there no element of improvement, no element of not just putting back people where they were, but building back better than before in what you do? We have a song too, so just, it's shared, and that's what we do. It's shared. We both are owning it. But no, but seriously, the ones that I assume you are restoring looked even more fragile than before, because there was a piece of zinc there that looked like it wouldn't take a hurricane to blow it off. And I'm simply asking, is this not an opportunity to rebuild in a different way rather than to restore to what was before?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your presentation, Minister. I note some time ago we had an issue in Hero Circle, and looking at what is taking place in Border now, where the government is actually putting in place, I'm sure the persons in Border who are vendors there, they are very grateful to see what the government is doing for them. My question is regarding the ongoing works now, what provisions have been made so far for the installation of bathrooms and dining gazebos moving forward with this project? Thank you.
Not on similar question to Senator Scott Motley. Anybody else? Senator, the esteemed Senator Lambert Brown.
Minister, nice to see that government senators are asking questions of the government. Nice to see that government senators, excluding Minister Fiscal, are asking questions of the government, which means that they seem not to have had the information that they need while they come here to ask questions. And that's how it seems to me. I'm sure you don't have information exit back. Minister, in paragraph 4 of your speech, I'm going to read text your supply house. It says, in a compound, 25 businesses were assessed on Monday, December 1st, 2025, with the assistance of Chief Richard Curry. But you didn't call Chief Curry's name when you delivered the speech. First question, is there a reason why you omitted in the Senate to call Chief Curry's name when you wrote it down? That's what I'm asking you that, because I need to know. I need to know why you refused to call Chief Curry's name in the Senate. Second thing I want to ask about is whether
Senator Brown is looking to the chair for protection. Senator Gale, that's very unlike you. Senator Brown, continue, please. Is your union colleague, are really slow to get in between the two of you?
He's allowed. He's allowed. He's allowed. Next question I want to ask, Minister. Minister, there are a number of Jamaicans who have been out there providing relief support. And I want to acknowledge, for example, somebody like Andre Stevens from Partner Draw TV, who have been continuously going out there and who seems to have developed a partnership with the business community, who provides goods so that he can take that to the suffering people out in the countryside. Is your ministry considering built in a partnership between the business community and people like Andre Stevens, scholars, and others who are out there every day interacting and being appreciated by the people who are living without shelter, who are roofless, who are homeless, and for whom the relief from the government seems not to be reaching. Are you considering building out a partnership between business community and their philanthropic side to work with people like those who are doing an excellent job in reaching the people at the ground level? And I don't care what your side wants to say. I have a duty to ask these questions of you, because what they prefer to do is go and take a picture saying they're giving out $3 million out of their personal account when nothing like that happened.
Minister? Minister? Oh, sorry. It happened last week when you weren't here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just want to say, first of all, my name was called by the minister in his presentation, and I did happen to have been with the minister and seen the assessment process. And the assessment process was very detailed with technical engineers and members from the ministry and other departments that fall under the ministry. And I must commend them for their diligence in how they proceeded. But I look on page 6, in which it says at item 7, MP assisting with ongoing assessments to support business recovery in key areas. And I want to find out from the minister, having read a report in a major newspaper in Jamaica that said that a member of parliament in central Westmoreland has not been seen on the ground, whether the ministry is prepared to take suggestions, recommendations for assessments to be done of these small businesses from persons other than the member of parliament. So let us say councillors, community-based organizations, or whether the church, yes, community-based organization, or whether they have established in the ministry, as MLSS has done, a direct link to the ministry, that an individual who may be up in some far away place can make a direct contact to the ministry to ask for an assessment to be done. As I said, one major newspaper said that MP Dwayne Vaz has not been seen on the ground.
Minister, thank you very much for all those who asked questions. Minister.
Mr. President, I'm very happy for some of these questions. In fact, all of them. Let's start with Senator Sinclair. Let me try and work backwards. Senator Sinclair was there with me on a number of occasions, on the ground with me. The first, yes, give him a round of applause. The first question that I'm going to answer is his. Because when I do something like this, and clearly I've been on what I'll call Minister Morris Dixon's program, the post-cabinet press briefing. I've been on social media, I've been on radio and television, and clearly when I'm saying and the process we've gone through means that I've made it public. If people want to say, look, Minister, we would like you to take a look at this community. Remember now, we're looking first at shops that are vital in a community. Not every shop in a community. We have to start off where they will affect communities most. So if you see, if you're a councillor, you're an influencer, you want to say, ministry, we wanted to take a look at this, we'd be happy to have you. JamPro handles the connection with, we have different working groups from the 221 persons who volunteered. JamPro handles this part of that business for us, but it's also at the ministry. The ministry's website, we have our numbers out there. Please contact us, and we'll be very, very happy to make sure we go and assess it. Remember, we're not going to do it because Senator Cavan Gale, who is a big union man, he and the councillor over there, who I recognized earlier, they have their union stuff. So if they say, and they're out in the community, and they say, look, there's this place in Hanover or in Trelawney that really do need, they really do need their shops back up. They don't have the power. We can look at that very quickly and respond, because it's not just Senator Anderson, the 15 and the 25 that we bought generators. We're always in the process of procuring, because it's a process. So we have, and we're going to take them out. No, so you'll send me, and we will assess, because next thing you hear, some, you know me, I give away a generator, taxpayers' money.
You're appealing for people to say, if you have a specific need or you identify a specific need, don't hesitate to contact the ministry. Are you in fact getting requests from persons other than, say, the Member of Parliament who's making the recommendation?
So far, none. In fact, some of the members of Parliament, Mr. President, I have to follow up myself and say, look, I ask you for the numbers. Where are the numbers? Where are they, so we can go and assess? So, yes.
That tells you, as the minister, and tells your technical staff who are here, that what you need to do is to engage in a public education program that bypass the persons who you say is not responding to you. Because this is the first time. I'm sure that if people in whatever constituency recognize that they could contact the ministry with a view to getting somewhere in their community remedied, that you would get the approach.
Mr. President,
so I commend you on it, and I'm not criticizing you. No, it's a good thing.
You know where we get the best response from? You know where we get the best response from? The business community, because they are in the business. They have responded to us. That's why we had the first meeting I had with 100 business people. I have to address the president. Come on, must be respected. So, Mr. President, Mr. President, I've had responses from outside my ministry group, but primarily from the business community. In fact, I can tell you the first Saturday we went out, with Cinco sent a senior person, and they took us to 15, 20 shops that said, these are the ones in South St. James that you need to put up back if we were going to go. So there, no. It's not that. At that time, in fairness, connectivity was very bad. Connectivity was very bad. So let me move on from Senator Sinclair's question. The one that really I want to, this is one of the reasons, Mr. President, why I'm very happy and fond of the new leader of the opposition. Opposition side.
No, you have to watch yourself, you know, the leader of the opposition in the Senate.
Oh, I left out the Senate? Sorry, I meant in the Senate, Mr. President. So, I tell you this, Senator Scott Motley. I'm glad you asked that question, because that's where I spent a lot of my time. When you see the muck that was there to be moved before we could even begin to do what we have to do, we had to move that. So first thing, you make that better. Second thing that you saw, remember now, If you see a piece of zinc up there, it's one of the old shops. We're moving from left to right on the border, which should be finished by tomorrow or day after. So you may see old zinc there, not ours. Good. Most of what you saw there was not zinc, the new ones. Zinc is going on. When we finish this, we made sure the shops that were there before weren't embedded in concrete. You can't see that. They're all embedded. I went to the old shops and stood up there and just shook it back with one hand. You can't move these. We make sure that they're embedded in concrete and they have hurricane straps on the roof to hold it on. The metal sheeting is not nailed on. It's screwed on so it cannot be easily lifted. No. Building back better. The kitchens, they don't have any kitchens. They have some little thing them cook on. We're putting up 2 or 3 kitchens behind there. There is no place for people to eat. They have to stand up and get it from the car and so on. Right now we make a space, in front of it so the cars can't run up and break down their shops. They told us that. We're putting up a gazebo that people can eat. We're making sure that the bathrooms, we thought that the place that we could put some bathroom is government land. Not government land. Man is over there. Victor came talk to me. He said, look, we want to do the bathrooms, but we need some help from JBDC. We need some help. The head of JBDC was with me. I said, Harold, talk to him. Give him some help. Well, I must tell you, Senator Scott Motley, by the 3rd day we went back, Victor now got to know JBDC for help. You know what Victor saw? Victor saw that the shops are going up and him charge maybe $100 or so to use the bathroom. Him start fix the bathroom. All of a sudden the man who never have no money find the money and the bathroom are fixed. If he still wants help from JBDC, the government is there to help him. So we're building back better. We're making sure. When I was down there, yes, thank you, please. Since you're listening so attentively, I notice you're not knocking. But so I was down there recently, and I saw a truck, a huge truck, just drive around the corner, and it's dangerous. So I got Dr. Riley was with me. Said, Dr. Riley, you have to talk to the municipal council. We have to put in some sleeping policemen. One of the ladies, she was there with us. She said, when them pass here, Minister, we have to leave the car that we're selling to because it's so dangerous. So we're going to put in sleeping policemen. We're going to make sure, I've asked Dr. Riley to make sure we plant bougainvilleas on the mountain so they flow down. When we finish with it and you hear the announcement, we're going to be proud. No, please, Minister Tufton has done a great job in building back our hospitals. So let me move on. The next one that linked was the issue from Senator Thompson, who is clearly a medical man. He asked about the bathrooms, but I've addressed that because that's something that we consider. The thing is, I want you to know as well, where we're putting the kitchens will be close to the sea. So Dr. Riley is going to make sure the water is caught, run under the road. The road is covered back, goes into a sump on the other side of the road. It does not contaminate the sea. And by the way, before we leave, the corporate sponsor has said they will help us put in revetment of rocks and concrete pieces to keep the sea away from the stalls and protect the businesses that are being rebuilt. Money in border spent. You know, Senator Thane said she looked like she could do it. Well, I don't think so. Because you couldn't do the concrete that is necessary. You couldn't move the stuff, the big poles that were there to be moved before we could do anything.
Senator Hill, looks maybe very deceiving, you know.
No.
Maybe Senator Thame could really move those.
Me know that she can't move no telephone pole that a backhoe has to move and get it fixed. And also, I don't think she might have this. I know she's good at literature and music, but I don't think she has the wherewithal to put on hurricane straps on the roof, and certainly not to embed them in concrete. So what you see, but I told you it's not finished, so don't judge it yet. Wait, you're going to like it. The next Exim Bank, I didn't say women can't do it. I said she can lift poles. Neither my mother or her can do it. It's because I know women too. Exim Bank and DBJ. Let me come back to the subject. Let me come back to the subject. How are we coordinating with Exim Bank and DBJ to help the SBJ, and are they involved? And SBJ were called to the meetings. Now, you have to understand, and I did explain to the president of the SBJ. He did approach me, and I said, Mr. President, not this one, we are spending taxpayers' money. We are responsible for spending taxpayers' money. I can't take the money ascribed to the ministry and give it to a private sector company to distribute. That's what he wanted. He actually wrote me and said he wanted to be part of distributing that. I can't do that. So we will incorporate them. We have the meetings. I know that Miss Antoinette Hamilton is very much involved with DBJ, which is involved with us. I saw her recently, but we have to make sure that the dispersal of money is done properly, but we consider if they have recommendations, we will take them. None really has come. They say, oh, we want the money, let us distribute it. I can't do that. So that's the answer, and I will do that. I say that for every time, because I have to protect those people like the PS and others who are going to be called down here, various committees to answer. So that answers that, but we are working closely to make sure. I give you an example. I met with the Exim Bank 2 days ago with the permanent secretary, and I looked at all their loans. They brought them to me of the people who want moratorium. People have asked, we want a year, we want 6 months, we want this. So we have a range. Some of them, they call me in addition to go to the Exim Bank. So I called the Exim Bank and said, this one is asking for this. They want a year moratorium on principal and interest. Maybe what you want to do is offer them a 6-month moratorium on loan payment and interest. Give them time to get back on their feet. You assess it again. That's how bankers operate, as you very well know. You don't ever give everything that is asked. So, and the truth is, in 6 months' time, we expect that most businesses will be back up and running, and at that time we can make another assessment. DBJ is doing the same thing, and in fact, I suspect many banks are doing some of that. So we are doing the MSME part. And remember, we have a whole MSME section in the ministry. It's not just about we are making some comments along the way. We have people who attend to that. And the whole, and two agencies, JBDC and Exim Bank, who deal with that. Now, did I leave off anybody question? Don't say anything here. I think I've covered. I think I've covered everything. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Hill, Minister, thank you very much. If there is any outstanding...
No, sorry, Mr. President.
Okay.
If I may, one question. You did ask about naming Chief Curry. As you noticed, and as... No. I mean, as you noticed, I didn't go over everything in my speech. Usually, you do that, and you prepare a speech, you judge the room, you see what is covered, and you do that. So I never covered everything in my speech. No, not an oversight. That's just how it is.
Thank you very much. Minister Hill, thank you very much for a very comprehensive presentation. Thanks for all those who answered questions. I do appreciate it because it enlightened me. If it enlightened me, then it enlightened the visitors, the viewers at home, and those abroad. Thank you very much. Senator Scott Motley. 120.
Mr. President, may I ask that we be allowed to sit beyond the 120?
Thank you very much. The question is that the
Continue
Senate
the business of the House.
Thank you very much, Leader. The question is that the Senate be allowed to sit beyond 120 to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. Thank you very much. No. Announcements? I didn't mean to be curt. Hello, Mr. Minister. Consult with Senator Gale, please, because there has been correspondence with Senator Scott Motley. Announcements?
Laid on the table of the Senate are the following: the Road Traffic Reduction of License Duty Order 2025 and its resolution under the Road Traffic Act. Annual report of the Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission for the financial year 2020-2021. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Jamaica Social Investment Fund for the financial year 2024-2025. Annual report and audited financial statements of the National Irrigation Commission for the year ended March 31, 2024, and its related ministry paper numbered 43 of 2025, entitled Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the National Irrigation Commission for the year ended March 31, 2024. Annual Report and Audited Financial Statement of the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited for the year ended March 31, 2020, and its related ministry paper numbered 44 of 2025, entitled Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited for the year ended March 31, 2020. Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Professional Engineers Registration Board for the financial year 2023-2024. Ministry paper numbered 45 of 2025, entitled Replenishment of the Multilateral Investment Fund of the Inter-American Development Bank. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Xavier Main, Minister of State and Member of Parliament, failed to provide information requested by the Commission in respect of his statutory declarations for the period 2018 to 2022, contrary to the law and its indicative ruling. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Ralston Wilson, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declarations with the Commission for the years 2019, 2020, and 2022, contrary to the law and its indicative ruling. Jamaica Public Bodies' second supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026. Third supplementary estimates 2025-2026, dated Tuesday, the 2nd day of December 2025. Annual report of the Office of Utilities Regulation for the financial year 2024-2025 and its related ministry paper numbered 46 of 2025, entitled Annual Report of the Office of Utilities Regulation for the financial year 2024-2025. Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2025-2026, interim report dated December 2, 2025. Annual report of the Office of the Public Defender for the year 2023, and finally, the Financial Administration and Audit, suspension of Fiscal Target Requirements Order 2025 and its resolution under the Financial Administration and Audit Act. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just before I move off, may I just remind again, and particularly new members of the Senate, that your Integrity Commission declaration is due on the 31st day of December 2025, on or before. And for the you need to if you need any help, talk to one of your senior colleagues on it. But please, I'm asking that you make sure that it's done. Bills brought from the Honourable House of Representatives, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally. And may I just say before you stand, Minister, that the Leader of Opposition Business in conjunction with Senator Gale have determined that we will deal with the road traffic reduction of license duty order and then take a break and come back for the FAA. So you could just give notice of motions in relation to all of those, and then we will continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are three notices that I wish to submit. Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the Road Traffic Reduction of License Duty Order 2025 resolution. It reads, whereas Section 18 of the Road Traffic Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Minister with responsibility for finance, after consultation with the Minister, may, by order, revoke, increase, reduce, or alter any license duty specified in the third schedule to the Act, and may add any license duty to that schedule. And whereas, Mr. President, on the 25th day of November 2025, the Minister with responsibility for finance, after consultation with the Minister, made the Road Traffic Reduction of License Duty Order 2025 in order to reduce the license duty paid on motor vehicles temporarily imported into Jamaica, pursuant to Section 35 of the Customs Act and Regulation 28 of the Customs Regulations for the purpose of recovery operations or restoration support in connection with the passage of Hurricane Melissa. And whereas, Mr. President, subsection 2 of Section 18 of the Act provides that every order made under the section shall be subject to affirmative resolution. And whereas, Mr. President, it is desirable that the Road Traffic Reduction of License Duty Order 2025 be affirmed by resolution. Now, therefore, Mr. President, be it resolved by the Honourable Senate as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Road Traffic Reduction of License Duty Order 2025 resolution, and 2, the Road Traffic Reduction of License Duty Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the Senate on the 5th day of December 2025, is hereby affirmed.
Thank you very much. Next.
Mr. President, no, we're reading all three. Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will resolve the Financial Administration and Audit Suspension of Fiscal Target Requirements Order 2025 resolution. And Mr. President, whereas Section 48C, subsection 1 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, requires that, subject to subsection 2 and 4 of the section, the Minister shall take appropriate measures, A, to attain a fiscal balance as a percentage of the gross domestic product as at the end of the financial year ending on March 31, 2018 and thereafter, and allows the requirement specified in paragraph B to be achieved and to be maintained or improved thereafter, and the fiscal balance to be attained shall be computed in accordance with the 5th schedule. B, Mr. President, is to reduce the public debt to 60% or less of the gross domestic product by the end of the financial year ending on March 31, 2028, and maintain or improve the ratio thereafter. And whereas, Mr. President, Section 48(2), small a, subsection Roman numeral 1 of the Act provides that compliance with the requirements referred to in subsection 1A and B may be suspended on the ground of the occurrence referred to as an eventuality, as determined having regard to subsection 5 of section 48C of an order published under section 26 of the Disaster Risk Management Act, declaring the whole or part of Jamaica to be a disaster area or a threatened area. And, Mr. President, whereas on October 28, 2025, the Disaster Risk Management Declaration of Disaster Area, Hurricane Melissa Order 2025, hereinafter referred to as the order, was made, and whereas, Mr. President, paragraph 2 of the order declared the whole of Jamaica to be a disaster area, and whereas, Mr. President, Section 48C, subsection 3 of the Act provides that Section 48C, subsection 2, applies where A, the Fiscal Commissioner has validated in the prescribed manner that the estimated fiscal impact of the eventuality is equal to or greater than 1.5% of gross domestic product, and thereafter B, the Minister, having regard to the validation of the Fiscal Commissioner, has, Mr. President, in accordance with Section 48C, subsection 4, made an order subject to affirmative resolution permitting the requirements to be suspended for an initial period and, as the case may require, for an extended period. Mr. President, whereas the Fiscal Commissioner on November 25, 2025, validated in the prescribed manner that the estimated fiscal impact of the eventuality is equal to or greater than 1.5% of gross domestic product, and whereas Section 48C, subsection 5, item A of the Act provides that for the purpose of Section 48C, subsection 2, the Planning Institute of Jamaica shall submit to the Minister and the Fiscal Commissioner, respectively, a report relating to eventuality where it relates to an occurrence specified in Section 48C, subsection 2, item A of B, and whereas the Minister and the Fiscal Commissioner, respectively, have received the report of the Planning Institute of Jamaica on November 24, 2025, and whereas on the 2nd of December, 2025, the Minister made the Financial Administration and Audit Suspension of Fiscal Target Requirements Order 2025, and Mr. President, whereas Section 48C of the Act provides that an order made under the section shall be subject to affirmative resolution. Mr. President, and whereas it is desirable that the Financial Administration and Audit Suspension of Fiscal Target Requirements Order 2025 be affirmed by resolution. Now, therefore, Mr. President, be it resolved by the Honourable Senate as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Financial Administration and Audit Suspension of Fiscal Target Requirements Order 2025 resolution, and 2. The Financial Administration and Audit Suspension of Fiscal Target Requirements Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the Senate on the 5th day of December 2025, is affirmed.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Move to the next, and then you can for all three together.
So, Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the following notice. Whereas subsection 1G of section 41 of the Constitution of Jamaica requires a member of the Senate to vacate his seat if any firm in which he is a partner or any company of which he is a director or manager becomes a party to any contract with the government of Jamaica for or on account of the public service, or if he becomes a partner in a firm or director or manager of a company which is a party to any such contract. And whereas, Mr. President, Senator Shireen Golding Campbell is the principal attorney at Golding Campbell and Associates, which may from time to time entertain or rather enter into contracts with the government of Jamaica and its affiliated agencies. Be it resolved, Mr. President, that this Honourable Senate, pursuant to subsection 1G, item 1 of section 41 of the Constitution of Jamaica, and in recognition of her having disclosed her interest, exempt the said senator from vacating her seat for reasons as aforesaid.
For the three motions then. So give notice that at a later stage today you'll take the three motions.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take these motions. Three motions that I've read.
Thank you very much, Minister. Questions and answers to questions? Sorry? Questions and answers to questions? Minister, you can take a seat. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. The presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business. Minister, I think you're going to do the road traffic regulation.
Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Is there any question in relation, any debate in relation to it?
No, I have none.
That you think of? Okay. You have a question? Yes. Yes, yeah, he's moving to the suspension, yes.
We're taking the motion.
You're moving, yes, that's what you're doing. So you're moving for the suspension, the standing orders to take the notice. Those in favor? Those in favor?
Aye.
Minister.
Mr. President, the motion is really a simple one, and I'm not going to add anything to the debate. It's just straightforward to be done.
Yes. Something to say. A member may, however, have a question or something to say, and in fact, Senator Scott Marty rises to her feet and is recognized.
Yes.
Disengage your microphone, please, Minister.
Let me make it clear, Mr. President, that the opposition unreservedly supports this action on the part of the administration. But I do have some concerns, which I hope that the minister can address. After 6 months. It can also be after 3 months. So I wanted to know whether any controls were in place to ensure that when the vehicle comes into Jamaica, that it does in fact leave, since it's a temporary suspension of duty, or will the section of the Customs Act which says that the full duty can then be imposed? Is it contemplated that it will be used? I wanted to know if there's going to be any monitoring of how those vehicles which are imported is utilized, because the order specifically speaks to recovery operations or restoration support. And so I believe that there should be some mechanism where when the vehicles come in without the payment of duty, then we could monitor their use so that we know that there's no diversion. And for example, it's not to build an apartment complex. You understand where I'm going? So it has to be in the accountability model to ensure that there are people always with improper motives, but we should make sure that we close all the loopholes which exist, Mr. President. And that is my main concern, to understand. If you have not addressed it, yet, then I hope that at an appropriate time, you will report to the Senate exactly what it is that you have put in place. But it's easy now for people to build apps, for people to set up all kinds of ways in which you can track. And I did note that the government has established some tracking. May I express one disappointment? The Customs Act, which is now being amended, is the 2020 Customs Act. That is because the 2025 did not come to us. Minister, passed in the House, sometime in 2024, and we're still using the old legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Scott Motley.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Scott Motley. Senator Morgan.
Every person should know that. Mr. President, I rise on this particular order to just make a brief intervention, a couple observations. Mr. President, Jamaica, like many small island developing states, is susceptible to the vagaries of weather. Indeed, consequent on climate change and the increased intensity of adverse weather systems, the certainty from time to time of countries like Jamaica having the experience of a devastating hurricane will ensue. And notwithstanding our efforts to prepare and notwithstanding our own local capacity, building capacity and benefiting from the influx of support from other countries is of paramount importance as we seek to respond and manage post-disaster. And so I wish to place on record, Mr. President, the government's profound appreciation for all our international partners who have come to Jamaica's aid, who have extended considerable support, particularly persons from the NGO community, the humanitarian outfits generally, as they have helped to build capacity and enhance our ability to respond. We would have seen the United States in the early days post the passage of Hurricane Melissa making available to Jamaica Chinook helicopters, which have considerable capacity vis-a-vis the storage of food and other critical relief supplies. In terms of ground transportation, which is what the order here pertains to, ground transportation has been critically important in moving and getting relief to the constituents and indeed the parishes that have been most adversely impacted by the system. And so it is to the government's credit that we have sought in this instance to provide relief
by way of this order, to facilitate in a seamless way those persons who have brought units into country to facilitate our response and recovery efforts as we seek to build back even better and, importantly, provide relief to our brothers and sisters who have been hardest hit. And so, unreservedly, the government wishes to use this opportunity to thank our international partners, certainly our bilateral partners and others who have made units available to us to facilitate our recovery and restoration efforts consequent on, Mr. President, the passage of Hurricane Melissa. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister? Oh, sorry, Senator Brown. Thank you very much, Senator Morgan. Disengage your mic for me, please. Senator Brown.
Yeah, President, it was my intention to contribute to this. As the leader of opposition business indicated, we wholeheartedly support this thing, and I believe the agreement between Senator Gale and the leader was a one-on-one. And since Senator Morgan wishes to thank...
I was not aware of the one-on-one. I just know that we're taking a break after this.
That's fine, that's fine. It's not a criticism, just simple saying, that's why I'm getting up to speed.
You know that I'm not particularly affected by criticism, Senator Brown.
No, I don't know that. President, I too, and the opposition wishes to thank all the partners. In particular, it's not just those who provide us with helicopters. I want to thank the government and people of the beleaguered country of Venezuela for their prompt support to the people and government of Jamaica. Even though there was no photo ops with them and no governmental welcome, here is a country that has consistently come to Jamaica's aid and support. I well remember it was Hurricane Ivan when they sent a brigade to build houses and to take people from being roofless and homeless and to put into homes, into concrete homes. Some are in Olava today. I want to thank them. I want to thank the little country of Bimsha, Barbados.
That's a Bimsha.
I want to thank St. Lucia too, but they haven't sent anything yet. They're too busy fighting you. But I want to thank Barbados for sending us a field hospital. I believe garbage trucks there. They clearly were prepared, Venezuela. Trinidad too, despite there not being an ATM. And despite all that is happening in Port of Spain. Despite all that is in Port of Spain. We want to thank them. We also want to thank the People's Republic of China. They have always said they remember those who helped dig the well. That they too who dig the well must drink from the well. So the Silken Road. And China sent us a big field hospital down in Falmouth. The Bahamas with the desalination plant in Falmouth. Ghana. And we hear that Chief Curry is to welcome, Chief Curry is to welcome Ethiopians, Ghanaians, so that the goodwill built up over decades by the government of Jamaica. The importance of the South-South relationship built by Michael Manley is paying off today. So we mustn't believe that the Hurricane Melissa is a response to any God, whether brew or otherwise. I think you would say, President, it's an ill will that blows no good. And strangely, there's some good coming out of Melissa, as dangerous as it was, the solidarity that the world has responded to Jamaica with. And I'm glad, Minister, when you made your presentation the other day, and I asked a question about the tents and the sleeping bags from Japan, I'm happy to say that I've now seen some photographs of the tents being put up subsequent to me asking it in the Senate. I'm not sure that the number of photographs I have seen, I'm not sure that the number of photographs I've seen match the 1,400 sleeping bags and the 300 plus tents. But
They
a
said it
start
was
is
50,
welcome.
They said it was 50 tents. They said 1,500 sleeping
No,
bags
no,
and 50
1,400.
tents. But hear what I'm saying to you. We're dealing specifically with a particular customs order that's related to transport.
That's what I'm dealing with.
No, no,
But
man,
the
you're talking
Northern
about
was up
sleeping
talking
bag.
about
You're talking
the
about
goodness
sleeping bag and all
of
of that. now.
Chinook's helicopter. So all I'm saying, and I'm doing the same thing here. So what I'm saying, I know you need the chicken parts downstairs, but relax. What I'm saying, President, is that, and I'm ending, I'm just simply saying, I'm happy that the relief that is coming, not just the trucks to clean up things, but all the reliefs are slowly getting to the people after 1 month of sleeping in the open air,
Absolutely.
roofless. And I give thanks to all who are contributing to that, because I believe together we will do it better than you trying to do it all by yourself. May it please you.
Senator Brown, just by way of correction, the ship that you're speaking about, the Chinese Silk Road medical vessel, it's in Montego Bay. Not, as you had said, Falmouth. It's in Montego Bay, no, sir? No. Montego Bay, to come to Kingston, to come to Kingston. To come to Kingston, I think, one day, next 3 days of next week. Yes. So thank you very much. Minister?
Mr. President,
Senator Fitzhenley, might not put you around back to the back there to prevent Senator Brown from troubling you.
I will convey the issue of the duty that was raised by the leader of opposition business in the Senate and the new Customs Act that we're looking at. Mr. President, I think it would be good.
Yeah, what the Senator was asking was, I guess you'll appraise her of that. What sort of control mechanism you have for the vehicles?
And I will take it to responsible ministers.
Thank you.
And come back. Because I can't answer those issues. It's a Customs Act. It's a Customs Act. I just want to be as big as you are. I just want to be as big as you are.
No, you don't want to be.
Mr. President,
so you're moving now.
is the time of the day when we should look to take a...
No, it's the time for you to ask me to put the notice motion for approval.
For it to be affirmed?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Can you kindly
I
do
will
that,
do
Mr.
so.
President? Thank you.
The question is that the motion so ably put by the minister and supported by the various contributions, notice of which the minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Against? Now, consequent upon agreement between Senator Gale and Senator Scott Martin, we're going to take an adjournment. It's subject to me to both of you determine a length of time. No, 30 minutes not going to work. 30 minutes can work. 45 minutes. So 45 minutes would put us at what? Mathematical genius. 45 minutes would put us at what? 45 minutes is what? 2:30? No, Senator Ferguson, sit down. You can't be jumping up. You, Mr. Gale, and you, Mr. Morgan. The Senate will now rise until 2:30 to permit the members of the Senate and the staff of the House to refresh themselves. The Senate now rises.
your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets, and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics, and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Jamaica's economy is in the best shape ever. Everybody yard and abroad talk about it. Your government is investing in our hospitals, parks, community clinics, roads, and water infrastructure.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister. Your government is empowering you through education, training, and development. That is why we have removed all fees for every Jamaican accessing training through the Heart NSTA Trust. So, whatever you desire training in, food and hospitality, beauty and cosmetology, housekeeping and hotel management, welding, carpentry, masonry, or any of the dozens of programs Heart offers, you can enroll completely free and change your life. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister. Jamaica is changing right before our very eyes. Across the island, billions are being invested into our road networks, from farm and community roads to major roads and highways. Dozens of communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica are receiving access to reliable potable water for the very first time. And thousands of Jamaicans have become homeowners thanks to the historic shifts in policies of the National Housing Trust, making it easier for Jamaicans to receive funding. Not to mention the record number of houses being built. Never dreamed you would own a home? No matter your circumstance, home ownership is possible for you, thanks to the government's new social housing program specially designed to meet the needs of poor Jamaicans at no cost to them. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
What is the role of a backbencher in government? I'm glad you asked. They're members of parliament who are not appointed to cabinet. So they sit in the back of the legislature and they apply pressure. They examine what government legislates, participate in parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold a portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them and a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
Jamaica, I can help you protect our citizens.
Jamaica, I will play a part in increasing your public safety.
Jamaica Eye is part of an island-wide network of camera surveillance systems designed to increase the safety of you, our citizens. If you have a camera system outside your home or office facing a public space, log on to jamaicaeye.gov.jm today. Jamaica Eye, we're all connected. The Ministry of National Security, creating a safer and prosperous Jamaica.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister. To fight crime and violence in your country, your government has invested over $9.7 billion into national security systems. This includes the construction and renovation of dozens of police stations, the acquisition of critical security equipment such as patrol vessels and police vehicles, the recruitment and training of more police officers, and the build-out of the Jamaica Defense Force. Your government is investing in your safety. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
What can a little germs do?
Pink eye running belly, even flu. Germs can make them happen to you.
Put germs on our manners with these. Cover your mouth when you cough and sneeze. Always wash your hand with water and soap. Keep dirty hands from your eyes and your nose and your mouth. You don't want to be sick, take care. Practice every day, no germs around here. A message from the Ministry of Health.
In Jamaica, there needs to be one law for all. Every member of this society, regardless of profession, finances, or the area you live in.
I have some bad news.
The company didn't get the contract?
The money they paid us for it has gotten out.
Are you serious?
I'm afraid so, and I understand that there are going to be corruption charges.
Minister, please come with us, sir.
Breaking news. A senior politician and senior civil servant have been charged for corruption.
Thank God not all of them stay, sir.
Build integrity. One law for all.
A message from NIA.
Hey, I'm Abijah, the Roots Man. Today, I want to talk to you about something powerful. Peace. Peace isn't just the absence of conflict. It's about kindness, understanding, and respect. It starts with us. Every choice we make can build bridges or burn them. Let's choose peace in our words, our action, and our hearts. Peace begins with you. Together, we can create a brighter and safer future for everyone. Join me. Let's be that change we want to see.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action, so the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now, the PAAC? That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means your money will protect as it happen, we check. While projects go on, things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
Nah, click on your link for my liquor brother pre that slot bro, we no need that. And the next thing them type a song they are listening online, what kind of thing that some big man pose up on them profile and a put chat to a small child. Watch yourself on social media when you a post boxes, no do nothing too wild. What if your liquor brother said a post ya? What if your bro dead in another crime video ya? What if your little sister take a one pic and it a put up everywhere like it's a poster? Before me share the post, the pic guy, Ask myself what if I nah comment, I nah go click me. For my ask what if I nah comment, I nah go click me. For my ask what if so before you share the post the link, just ask yourself what if yeah. When you're there online, make it a new day at the rhyme. Keep up with the time. Broadcasting commissioner remind you.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow starting today.
Speeding kills. Obey the speed limit. A message from the Road Safety Unit in the Ministry of Transport and Mining.
No more guarantors for student loan. Your government cares about your education, and we don't want you to ever have to worry about going to university. The Students Loan Bureau has a loan for you so you can focus on your future.
Give yourself a fighting chance. Wear an approved helmet. A message from the Road Safety Unit in the Ministry of Transport and Mining.
PBCJ's Student National is an excellent soundstage with a reputation for producing superior acoustics. Equipped with blue and green screens, it facilitates digital insertion of visual effects and exciting backgrounds in post-production. Studio National is the largest drive-in studio in the English-speaking Caribbean. Yes, you can actually drive a vehicle right onto the studio floor. With over 4,000 square feet of floor space, the studio can easily be transformed. It has hosted a wide variety of live and recorded productions, including Digital Rising Stars, Schools Challenge Quiz, gospel concerts, the TEF Tourism Debate Competition, and election night coverage. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it was a location for Reggae Sumfest and has hosted several reggae concerts, has hosted workshops, launches, town hall meetings, and over the years has been home to several TV dramas, including Oliver at Large and Lime Tree Lane. In addition to the rental of the studio, we can furnish a full crew to shoot and edit your production. So for your next major live or recorded event, or as a location to shoot films, programs, and commercials, PBCJ's Studio National is your best option. For smaller productions, you can book our more compact studio, Studio B. For bookings, call 876-665-7225 or email prod_pbcj@pbcjamaica.org.
Jamaica improve, heart free, wages increase, housing scheme bill up, we have more opportunities, roads bill, and the dollar stable. We are building Jamaica.
Hi everyone, here are 5 benefits of being a beneficiary of the Students Loan Bureau. 1. Benefit from our 99% approval rate. 2. Benefit from our low interest rate, so less burden when you need to repay. 3. Benefit from the fact that we require no collateral when applying. 4. We're giving you more time to focus on your studies while we focus on the financing. No need to worry about repaying while in school. Number 5. Receive a 14 months grace period after your graduation date before you enter repayment. Don't forget to follow us on all SLB platforms for more SLB info.
Do your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets, and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics, and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and I just saw it set, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption, and here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe, and if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or serve up to 2 years in prison if they don't file the declaration or if they give false information, and $500,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the Act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
When the storm rages and the world feels shaken, remember, our strength lies in unity. It's in coming together, sharing hope, and standing shoulder to shoulder that we find resilience. Every act of kindness, every word of encouragement builds a brighter tomorrow. We are stronger as one. Our courage, compassion, and hope will light the way forward. Together we rise. Together we rebuild, because hope is never lost when we stand united, because we are stronger together.
More of your money is now tax-free? Know that the income tax threshold has been increased. Your government is looking after you responsibly, so our economy can do even more for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Hey, I'm Abijah, the Rootsman. Today, I want to talk to you about something powerful. Peace. Peace isn't just the absence of conflict. It's about kindness, understanding, and respect. It starts with us. Every choice we make can build bridges or burn them. Let's choose peace in our words, our action, and our hearts. Peace begins with you. Together, we can create a brighter and safer future for everyone. Join me. Let's be that change we want to see.
Jamaica is on the move with smarter and cleaner transportation. The government is enhancing the JUTC fleet with 100 new CNG buses with 10 specially outfitted for the disabled. Running on compressed natural gas, these buses reduce emissions while offering advanced safety features and Wi-Fi. Jamaica is driving in comfort towards a sustainable future.
The following is brought to you by MOCA, the major organized crime and anti-corruption agency with kind support of NIA and USAID.
Criminal minds think they are cunning. The major organized crime and anti-corruption agency have them running. Your friend a shout, come scam. Take time running, because we ready for the ops. Drive up on your block, step out now the block, cyber take a boy your laptop. Pull up every lock, no evidence a drop. We put it in a cuffs and now we have the underlock. Sin you say scam, you better look out fit. When you move corrupt, better look out fit. Feel say you get wet, look out fit. Look out fit, look out fit. From you say scam, you better look out fit. When you move corrupt, better look out fit. Feel so you get wet, look out fit. Look out fit, look out fit.
The proceeding was brought to you by MOCA, the major organized crime and anti-corruption agency with the kind support of NIA and USAID.
MOCA! Do your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets, and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics, and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint, and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions, the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding, and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Jamaica's economy is in the best shape ever. Everybody yard and abroad talk about it. Your government is investing in our hospitals, parks, community clinics, roads, and water infrastructure.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister. Your government is empowering you through education, training, and development. That is why we have removed all fees for every Jamaican accessing training through the Heart NSTA Trust. So, whatever you desire training in, food and hospitality, beauty and cosmetology, housekeeping and hotel management, welding, carpentry, masonry, or any of the dozens of programs Heart offers, you can enroll completely free and change your life. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister. Jamaica is changing right before our very eyes. Across the island, billions are being invested into our road networks, from farm and community roads to major roads and highways. Dozens of communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica are receiving access to reliable potable water for the very first time. And thousands of Jamaicans have become homeowners thanks to the historic shifts in policies of the National Housing Trust, making it easier for Jamaicans to receive funding. Not to mention the record number of houses being built. Never dreamed you would own a home? No matter your circumstance, home ownership is possible for you, thanks to the government's new social housing program specially designed to meet the needs of poor Jamaicans at no cost to them. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
What is the role of a backbencher in government? I'm glad you asked. They're members of parliament who are not appointed to cabinet. So they sit in the back of the legislature and they apply pressure. They examine what government legislates, participate in parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold a portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them and a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
Jamaica, I can help you protect our citizens.
Jamaica Eye will play a part in increasing your public safety.
Jamaica Eye is part of an island-wide network of camera surveillance systems designed to increase the safety of you, our citizens. If you have a camera system outside your home or office facing a public space, log on to jamaicai.gov.jm today. Jamaica Eye, we're all connected. The Ministry of National Security, creating a safer and prosperous Jamaica.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister. To fight crime and violence in your country, your government has invested over $9.7 billion into national security systems. This includes the construction and renovation of dozens of police stations, the acquisition of critical security equipment such as patrol vessels and police vehicles, the recruitment and training of more police officers, and the build-out of the Jamaica Defense Force. Your government is investing in your safety. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
What can a little germs do?
Pink eye running belly even flu. Germs can make them happen to you.
Put germs on our manners with these. Cover your mouth when you cough and sneeze. Always wash your hand with water and soap. Keep dirty hands from your eyes and your nose and your mouth. You don't want to be sick, take care. Practice every day, no germs around here.
A message from the Ministry of Health.
In Jamaica, there needs to be one law for all. Every member of this society, regardless of profession, finances, or the area you live in.
I have some bad news.
The company didn't get the contract?
The money they paid us for it has gotten out.
Are you serious?
I'm afraid so, and I understand that there are going to be corruption charges.
Minister, please come with us, sir.
Breaking news. A senior politician and senior civil servant have been charged for corruption.
Thank God not all of them stay, sir.
Build integrity. One law for all.
A message from NIA.
Hey, I'm Abijah, the Roots Man. Today, I want to talk to you about something powerful. Peace. Peace isn't just the absence of conflict. It's about kindness, understanding, and respect. It starts with us. Every choice we make can build bridges or burn them. Let's choose peace in our words, our action, and our hearts. Peace begins with you. Together, we can create a brighter and safer future for everyone. Join me. Let's be that change we want to see.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means your money will protect as it happen we check, while projects go on things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
Nah, click on your link for my liquor brother pre that slap bro, we no need that. And the next thing them type a song they are listening online, what kind of thing that some big man pose up on them profile and a put chat to a small child. Watch yourself on social media when you a post boxes, no do nothing too wild. What if your liquor brother said a post ya? What if your bro dead in another crime video ya? What if your little sister fi take a one pic and it a put up everywhere like it's a poster? Before me share the post the pic, I ask myself what if I nah comment, I nah go click me. Before me ask what if I nah comment, I nah go click me. Before me ask what if so before you share the post the link, just ask yourself what if yeah. When you're there online, make it a new day at the rhyme. Keep up with the time. Broadcasting Commissioner remind you.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow starting today.
Speeding kills. Obey the speed limit. A message from the Road Safety Unit in the Ministry of Transport and Mining.
No more guarantors for student loan. Your government cares about your education, and we don't want you to ever have to worry about going to university. The Students Loan Bureau has a loan for you, so you can focus on your future.
Give yourself a fighting chance. Wear an approved helmet. A message from the Road Safety Unit in the Ministry of Transport and Mining.
PBCJ's Student National is an excellent soundstage with a reputation for producing superior acoustics. Equipped with the blue and green screens, it facilitates digital insertion of visual effects and exciting backgrounds in post-production. Studio National is the largest drive-in studio in the English-speaking Caribbean. Yes, you can actually drive a vehicle right onto the studio floor. With over 4,000 square feet of floor space, the studio can easily be transformed. It has hosted a wide variety of live and recorded productions, including Digital Rising Stars, Schools Challenge Quiz, gospel concerts, the TEF Tourism Debate Competition, and election night coverage. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it was a location for Reggae Sumfest and has hosted several reggae concerts, has hosted workshops, launches, town hall meetings, and over the years has been home to several TV dramas, including Oliver at Large and Lime Tree Lane. In addition to the rental of the studio, we can furnish a full crew to shoot and edit your production. So for your next major live or recorded event, or as a location to shoot films, programs, and commercials, PBCJ's Studio National is your best option. For smaller productions, you can book our more compact studio, Studio B. For bookings, call 876-665-7225 or email prod_PBCJ@pbcjamaica.org.
Jamaica improve, heart free, wages increase, housing scheme a bill up, we have more opportunities, roads bill, and the dollar stable. We are building Jamaica.
Hi everyone, here are 5 benefits of being a beneficiary of the Students' Loan Bureau. 1. Benefit from our 99% approval rate. 2. Benefit from our low interest rate, so less burden when you need to repay. 3. Benefit from the fact that we require no collateral when applying. 4. We're giving you more time to focus on your studies while we focus on the financing. No need to worry about repaying while in school. Number 5. Receive a 14 months grace period after your graduation date before you enter repayment. Don't forget to follow us on all SLB platforms for more SLB info.
Do your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets, and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics, and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint, and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions, the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding, and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and I just saw it said, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption, and here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe, and if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and Opposition Leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or serve up to 2 years in prison if they don't file their declaration or if they give false information, and $500,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the Act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
I know. Fiscal suspension of fiscal rules. Yeah. President, I rise in the motion to suspend the standing orders, just to raise 2 or so issues, mainly for clarification. Mainly for clarification and for information. The opposition will support the motion when it comes. Don't worry about that. But in the order, there is a mention in A of 2018. I know it is not a mistake. However, there are people out there who may not understand why the 2018 is in the order. Now,
but Senator Brown, that part of the debate, man.
No, I'm asking for clarification. So when we come to the debate, we don't have to deal with it. That's what I'm doing, not debating that issue. So if you could clarify why the 2018 is there. Because I was in the 2014 Senate and sitting on that, I know why it is there. But just to avoid that. The second thing I'd ask you to do when we come to the substantive motion is to indicate to us where the GDP numbers are now post-Melissa. And finally, if you could share with us, to facilitate us in the debate, the validation from Fiscal Commission and the PIOJ report. That's what we ask on the motion. But we support the motion to suspend the standing order.
So the question is that the standing orders be suspended to take the motion, notice of which the Minister had given earlier. All in favour? Against? Minister Hill.
Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion. All right, the question is that the standing order be suspended. That's the President. Mr. President, the motion is very, very straightforward. It's something that we have to do annually. The necessary orders have been done. No, man. And well, since you're bringing it, and the fact that, Mr. President, that the question is asked about what the GDP will be, that's a projection that would normally be done by the Bank of Jamaica and the PIOJ. But the act, the question before us is not dependent on that because the relevant orders have been signed, and it's now just being asked that it be affirmed as it is required to be done by the law. So we're asking that it be affirmed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Small Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You know, somebody said that you should be Senator Tall Ferguson, not Small Ferguson. You want the...
I'm accustomed to that one, Chair. I wouldn't do that to my mother. I'll keep it small.
Senator Kevin, he needs it? Yes, of course.
Please.
Senator Hill, to remove your... Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, colleagues. So before we can responsibly debate the suspension of any aspect of our fiscal rules, which is what we're here to discuss, it's not routine, as was implied earlier, we have to first, I think, be reminded about why the fiscal rules exist in the first place, right? They're not technical ornaments. They're legal guardrails that protect our country's finances from political convenience, right? They ensure that discipline is not left to the goodwill of any administration, right? But it's required by law on behalf of the people of Jamaica. And the truth is that when any country's finances are unstable, it's not the financial markets that suffer first. It's the people. Right? It's the people who have to wait for their schools to be upgraded. It's the people who have to wait for their hospitals to be at a basic level of acceptability. It's the people who have to drive on roads that remain unrepaired. Our citizens are the ones who feel the strain of daily life when the finances of the country are unstable. Therefore, fiscal rules are not established to restrain ambition, but they're established to protect opportunities for our workers and our families and our communities. Right? So Jamaica didn't arrive at the fiscal stability that we claim by accident. It came out of the legislative work that underlines the discussion that we're having here, and it came during a very difficult period in our history. It was when our debt burden was at its worst, and when we are in the wake of a failed engagement with the IMF, right? It was during the 2011 to 2016 period under the administration of the most Honourable Portia Simpson Miller that the architecture of our fiscal rules was largely designed and negotiated and enacted. In fact, on March 21st, 2014, the Senate passed the legislation that embedded these rules into two core statutes, the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act and the Financial Administration and Audit Act. In opening the debate at that time, the then Minister of Justice, Senator the Honourable Mark Golin, as he was at that time, offered words that are worth repeating today. He said Jamaicans want a solution that will stand the test of time. Right? Our debt must be brought down to sustainable levels and must put in place arrangements to ensure that we don't allow ourselves to get back into that situation again. If the country takes this stand for permanent sound fiscal management, we're purchasing a solid insurance policy for our nation's future. Now, there's been a lot said about insurance policies recently, but this insurance policy that we're discussing here today, I think, is what has compelled successive governments to stay on a path of discipline. Right? It was not choice, it was legislative. Right? There are a number of reasons, right, why this is of critical importance, right? And this particular matter is one of the main reasons why when Jamaica entered into recent global shocks like the pandemic and now the unfortunate occurrence of Hurricane Melissa, we have been in a stronger position. Right? It's precisely because the fiscal rule worked why we can today contemplate a suspension of the rule in response to a national emergency. But any decision to activate the escape clause must be guided by some seriousness, the same seriousness that went into putting the rule in place to begin with. Any escape must be temporary, it must be transparent, and it must be firmly tethered in the goal of protecting our people, which is what brought us to the fiscal rule in the first place. Because without that, we're going to be sacrificing the tomorrow of the people of Jamaica. Mr. President, let me state at the outset and reiterate what has been said, that the proposal that is before us today is both appropriate and necessary. Right? So there's no contention there. Right? Hurricane Melissa was not merely a severe weather incident. It was a national disaster of historic proportions, and that is clear for everyone to see. It impacted lives and continues to impact lives, homes, infrastructure, productive capability, and there leaves no question that we need flexibility to rebuild. Right? That's not in question. The opposition, therefore, has no objection at all to the temporary suspension of aspects of the fiscal rules. We also welcome as well the correction of the order that was tabled earlier this week in the House of Representatives to ensure that the suspension period was not shorter than the law allows for. Right? That was an important intervention. Right? And it ensures that the people of Jamaica will receive the full fiscal space that the legislation provides to allow us to recover. Right? What deserves focus today as we debate this, Mr. President, is not whether the suspension is justified, but rather a focus on the context in which the suspension is being pursued. Mr. President, the suspension before us is triggered because we're not going to be able to meet the targets that we had set out with respect to debt to GDP. Right? And now we need some additional time to do so. And this is the second time since this law has been in force that we've had an extraordinary event that has necessitated us contemplating a suspension. However, the circumstances today are very different than those that existed when we suspended the fiscal rules during the COVID-19 pandemic. Then the problem was an expected collapse in revenue and an expected increase in expenses associated with the need for additional social and health expenditure. But there was light at the end of the tunnel. When the economy eventually reopened, the expectation was that we would return to consolidation, and that we did. Though challenging, it really depended on a restoration of economic activity. That's not the situation that we have today. Hurricane Melissa didn't only interrupt income. Right? It destroyed capital. It's wiped out housing, roads, utilities, agricultural assets, equipment, community infrastructure. Families have not only lost their earnings, but they've lost their physical means of earning. Right? And that wasn't a primary feature in the pandemic period. Farmers didn't just lose their crops. They've lost everything that enables their livelihood. Right? Small businesses didn't just lose customers, right, by virtue of shutdowns. They have lost stock, building, power, equipment. I mean, a nation cannot recover those losses by just waiting for the economy to restart, right? We have to rebuild them. So this means that the path to recovery will require extreme steps. And we've discussed some of those steps, right? It will require borrowing, which is a feature of this suspension period. Not just to stabilize livelihoods, but to replace the very assets that feed these livelihoods. So Jamaica will need to take on significant financing, and we've heard of some of it so far, but that will very likely not be the extent of it, in order to reconstruct the foundations of economic life. The distinction that I'm making here matters, Mr. President, because it means that the economic assumptions that enabled a swift return to discipline after COVID-19, a V-shaped return to discipline, it won't automatically apply now. The journey back to fiscal prudence will depend on conditions that are materially different. There will need to be new growth dynamics in our economy to accompany the reconstruction. We will have a test of our foreign exchange dynamics unlike anything that we've seen before. The pace at which capital can actually be absorbed into the economy and projects is going to be tested, right? And we've been having some challenges with that. I'll get to that. And credible debt sustainability expectations will need to be rebuilt. So while the suspension is justified, it has to be managed with the people of Jamaica at the center of this decision that we're going to make today. It can't be about just technical expertise and looking at numbers on a page and going through in a routine fashion, right? The purpose of this flexibility is not to comfort our markets. It's to go as far as something more basic. It's to restore the dignity and productivity and security of Jamaicans whose lives have been upended by this crisis. Now, Mr. President, in other words, the fiscal space is not an end to itself. Our work doesn't stop here. It's a tool to help us to rebuild the lives of people. And that's exactly why it needs to be used in a very careful, transparent way, and there needs to be a clear plan for how we return to discipline once the crisis is further in our wake, right? So I have a couple points. The first thing is, let's talk about the sufficiency of the recovery financing. Right? So, Mr. President, having accepted that the suspension is justified, we now have to examine what resources we have to fuel the recovery, right, and to meet the scale of the crisis that we're facing as a country. So a lot has been said about the $6.7 billion financing package. It actually came up earlier today, right? Good? All right. Possibly. The height has its advantages and disadvantages, right? Now, a lot has been said about the 6.7 billion, right? And I won't rehash what it's about, except to say that it's important that the country deserves clarity on what the $6.7 billion actually represents. Now, my understanding from what has been shared publicly is that only $3.6 billion of this package is new and secured thus far. There's $662 million, which we always knew existed in liquidity from the disaster insurance proceeds and the contingent credit access and the domestic resources. But the remainder of $2.4 billion, follow me now, right, is not financing that has been secured or committed, but rather it's private capital that will need to be mobilized, and it's contingent on Jamaica's ability to present bankable and competitive projects. Right? So we've secured the debt, but we effectively will have to compete for the rest, right? And, Mr. President, I don't want you to misunderstand me, right? While that is a source of optimism, even if it is counted in the total sum, there is still a shortfall relative to all the estimates that I've seen with respect to actual damage. And then when we contemplate the concept of rebuilding or replacing better, that could prospectively cause an increase even relative to that damage. And then when we think about the output that's been lost during this period, there is a deficit with respect to what the country will need to build back better, right? So, in other words, while this international support that has been touted is welcome, one, only a portion of it is secure and guaranteed, and there is a substantial amount left to be filled, right? So I have a couple of questions associated with this. The first is, what has been contemplated thus far refilling the gap, the clear gap that exists between the funding identified and the funding needed, right? The second question is, with respect to the sum that we will need to compete for, we will need to present projects for, where are those projects? Now, I've heard that there are a list of national projects and the intention is to draw from that portfolio of projects. But again, my understanding from the limited information that has been shared is that this funding will be targeted specifically towards recovery projects, right? And you know, the challenge that I have, Mr. President, is surrounding two things. One is, what's the basis of eligibility under the financing framework? How are we going to transparently prioritize the projects to be pursued in relation to this money? How are we going to ensure that the essential recovery projects, not any pre-existing initiatives that are unrelated, are focused with respect to this funding opportunity? The third question is, what's the plan that the government has to present bankable projects at the required scale to actually access this money? And the reason I ask is that we have had a challenge as a country credibly accessing foreign direct investments over the last decade or so, right? And now we are being asked to mobilize a significant amount of external financing through this 2.4 billion, private sector-led financing in effect, at a scale that we've never been able to successfully do it before. This is in the context as well, Mr. President, of the government having repeatedly underspent its own capital budget. For the last 2 consecutive years, the state has struggled to mobilize domestic development spending that was already appropriated. So if we're not able to execute on our own capital projects, using our own money, right? If we haven't been able to sort that out, how are we going to execute with international projects, financing structures that require much more complexity and delivery? My concern, Mr. President, is that this 2.4 billion becomes a concept, it becomes a white elephant. It's available in theory, but inaccessible in practice.
1 minute, Senator Ferguson. Senator Morgan.
I have exhibited forbearance. Point of order, Mr. President. Resume your seat.
Senator Ferguson, you can have a seat for me.
Mr. President, a number of things are happening. The senator is giving the public the impression, essentially, that the
I can't deal with it, you know, Senator Brown.
Mr. President.
Senator Brown, hold on, please. Senator Brown, just relax, the man.
Mr. President.
So he's going to go on longer now because you're interrupting.
For those who did not hear at the first go-around or at the first time of asking, I am rising on a point of order, Mr.
What
President.
is the point of order?
The senator opposite is essentially misleading the Senate and indeed the Jamaican people. The 2.4 billion United States dollars that is referenced by the Senator, allow the submission and the President makes the ruling. One President at a time. Yeah?
Senator Morgan, address me now, please.
Very well. Mr. President, the 2.4 billion United States dollars that is being referenced by the Senator opposite is a quantum of funds in an envelope that has essentially been pledged to Jamaica.
Okay, hold on. That is what the basis of your point of order.
That is correct. He's suggesting that these sums are nebulous.
Hear what I'm telling you now. Deal with that in your contribution, because Senator Brown, relax now, man. Just deal with that in your contribution and let the member continue. Okay, Senator Brown, did I deal with it?
May I? Thank you very much, Mr. President. So thank you for re-articulating the point that I made before. Pledge, but pledge to do what? Right? Pledge to do what? Mr. President, Mr. President, I need your protection.
Senator Morgan,
the second
I'm going to ask you just to allow Senator Ferguson to finish here, please.
Thank you. The second matter that I need clarity on, Mr. President, is governance. Right? So once the fiscal rules are suspended, we're going to be removing the legal restraints that have held us in place for all these years. Right? And it's going to move the government away from being compelled to be disciplined to being disciplined on their own volition. In the absence of these restraints, Mr. President, I believe governance becomes the only safeguard that we have in protecting the public purse. At the same time, when the fiscal rules are relaxed, Jamaica is going to be spending at a level and scale that we've never attempted to before to deal with this recovery. It's not ordinary capital expenditure. It's a countrywide reconstruction program that's going to be demanding new infrastructure, stronger standards, the delivery of projects that are technically complex. Right? Because of this, governance cannot be treated as an afterthought, Mr. President. The framework has to be intentional, independent, and equipped with the requisite expertise needed to oversee this. Statements of intent are not enough because we are going down a road. Right? We need to know quickly how decisions are going to be made, how money is going to be spent, and how progress is going to be reported. Right? The government has announced the creation of a National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, which is a dedicated institution to manage the post-Melissa recovery. And the acknowledgement of that is welcome. I think it reflects an understanding that we're not in normal times and no normal structure of government can deal with an unprecedented reconstruction effort. Right? But the existence of the authority alone is not by itself a protection. Right? Authorities can be powerful in law, yet weak in practice. And unless they are built with clear accountability, that will be almost a fait accompli. As we suspend the fiscal rules, as we increase expenditure, and as we access unprecedented resources, the authority has to be designed with strong and credible safeguards. Right? I'm repeating the opposition's call for a governance framework that is independent, that is inclusive, and that is transparent. This is not a political request. It's about necessary protections when billions of dollars will be moving rapidly into projects that we haven't seen before. When legal guardrails are temporarily lifted, when flexibility is granted, accountability becomes very important. Mr. President, the success of Jamaica's recovery will not only be measured in roads, it won't be measured in the roads that we rebuild or the bridges that we fortify. It will be measured in the strength of our institutions and whether the peoples whose lives have been disrupted can trust the system that is spending on their behalf. If we build stronger infrastructure, we also need to build stronger governance. Right? And that's the standard that our people deserve. In wrapping up, Mr. President, the third matter concerns not only how we recover, but how we grow after the recovery. Reconstruction should not bring Jamaica back to where it was before. It needs to bring us to a stronger position, a more competitive position, right? And it will require a level of investment and economic participation unlike what we've seen before. As I mentioned earlier, we haven't even started to scratch the surface. And as we seek external support, we need to recognize as well that Jamaica already has a significant pool of capital at home. Our banks, our securities firms, our pension funds, insurance companies, they sit at the core of our savings and investment base. Yet, the ability of these entities to support the kind of large-scale development that is on the horizon remains constrained by regulatory philosophies and operating assumptions, many of which are vestiges of the past. They limit how effectively these institutions can participate in the real economy and how capital can be mobilized for productive use. We cannot expect a modern, resilient economy to emerge when the rules that we have set for ourselves restrain capital from participating in the growth that we want to see. Right? Around the world, financial sector regulators have become constructive. They've started to encourage responsible participation in what is effectively national development. It's not about recklessness. It's about setting thoughtful, risk-aware frameworks that allow for the mobilization of domestic capital, right, while maintaining prudence, maintaining transparency and stability. Jamaica must not remain an outlier, and we can't afford to, given where we are and what we need to do. Right? Asking our institutions to support growth while designing rules that hamstring them is counterintuitive and counterproductive. Right? Mr. President, this period of rebuilding, I think, presents an opportunity for us to create targeted incentives that encourage the participation of financial institutions and capital into productive activity, especially at this time into projects that are linked to the reconstruction and resilience efforts of our nation. If we're serious about building back better, then we must also figure out how we can facilitate the financing of this from our own local stock. As we borrow externally, we must in parallel unlock Jamaican capital to participate in the rebuilding of our economy. This means, among other things, Mr. President, modernizing our regulations and looking at how we can bring Jamaica into the 21st century. It's not about taking greater risks with our financial system. It's about taking greater responsibility about how we allocate our own capital here at home. Right? Jamaica's reconstruction can't only be financed from abroad. Right? And there will be a lot of value created from the reconstruction efforts. We need to retain some of that here. In closing, Mr. President, we began by acknowledging what has taken us here and how the fiscal rules were born and the sacrifice associated with same. and the discipline that it has created. Today's suspension is not a rejection of that discipline. It's a response to an unprecedented need, which can't be denied. But we have to look at the context. We have to look at the fact that suspending the fiscal rules and going down an uncharted territory has its risks, and it has to be managed very carefully. We have to figure how we fill out the funding associated with the recovery efforts. We have to figure out how we unlock our own capital here, and we have to remember that the confluence of events and the various things that we have to manage need to be done with the people of Jamaica at the center. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Small Ferguson. Minister. Senator Morgan. Anybody else? Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, other members of the Senate, I rise today in support of this order, an order grounded in law. This order, grounded in law, justified by the magnitude of the national emergency we experienced, and necessary to ensure that Jamaica continues to recover safely and effectively from the severe impact of Hurricane Melissa. Mr. President, this is not a waiver of fiscal responsibility. It is fiscal responsibility guided by compassion. It is a lawful mechanism that exists precisely so that a government can respond to extraordinary circumstances with the speed and flexibility required to protect its people. When the entire island was declared a disaster area on October 28, 2025, that declaration triggered the conditions outlined in Section 48C of the Act. The Planning Institute of Jamaica completed its detailed assessment, and the Independent Fiscal Commissioner confirmed that the fiscal impact exceeded the legally defined threshold. Under those circumstances, the government is empowered to temporarily suspend selected fiscal targets so that our systems, especially health, are not paralyzed at the moment they are most needed. Hurricane Melissa inflicted profound damage on hospitals, health centers, water systems, and community infrastructure. The health sector required urgent reinforcement to protect lives, reduce disease risks, and restore critical services. Under the leadership of Dr. the Honourable Christopher Tufton, the Ministry of Health and Wellness mounted a coordinated, timely, and evidence-based national response. This was not accidental. It was governance in action. One of the clearest examples was a field hospital established in Sablemar with the support of the government of Barbados. Prior to this, we had the Spanish field hospital that was set up in Falmouth, which I had the pleasure of touring. But the facility set up by the government of Barbados became an immediate bridge in service delivery, providing emergency care, maternity, and delivery services, surgical capability, high dependency unit support, diagnostics, and pharmacy services for a parish whose main hospital had suffered major damage. It preserved care at a time when interruption would have been catastrophic. Mr. President, it was within this wider national response that I saw firsthand the extraordinary courage of our healthcare workers as I supported the recovery of the operating theatre services. My role, modest as it may have been, placed me directly in the heart of the devastation. I stepped into theatres where water stained the walls, where essential equipment sat silent, where the pulse of life-saving activity had been interrupted by the storm. For a moment, the stillness felt heavy. But then something remarkable happened. The nurses whose homes were flooded, the technicians who lost their personal belongings, the porters who had walked through the debris simply to report for duty, they stood beside me in those damaged theaters, not with despair, but with determination. Their courage lit those rooms brighter than any surgical lamp could. There are moments when the scale of damage felt overwhelming. As someone trained in neurological surgery and deeply familiar with theater operations, I assisted with assessing the damage, evaluating safety, checking equipment integrity, and determining the readiness for reactivation. These assessments were not merely technical. They were emotional, urgent, and deeply human, because every repaired bed and every restored machine brought us one step closer to saving lives again. Operating theaters are not simply rooms. They are sanctuaries. They are the spaces where a mother prays as her child is wheeled inside, where fathers pace the hallways with trembling hands, where surgeons fight for every heartbeat. Restoring these theaters is not just infrastructure work. It is restoring hope and preserving the capacity of our nation to save its people. And here lies the political clarity, Mr. President. Without the flexibility provided through this fiscal suspension, our response would have been slower, smaller, and severely constrained. Rigid fiscal rules cannot repair a theater roof. They cannot dry soaked equipment. They cannot establish sterilization capacity washed out overnight. This government chose action instead of paralysis. We chose responsiveness over rigidity. We chose the health and safety of the Jamaican people over the illusion of inflexibility. Because of that choice, theaters are reopening, services are resuming, and lives are being saved. This national recovery expanded across all areas of public health. After the hurricane, Jamaica experienced an increase in leptospirosis cases, including deaths. And though it is not unlikely, it is not something we want to have. The Ministry of Health and Wellness has boosted surveillance, public education, and case management aimed at reducing negative outcomes. Dengue and influenza, which often rise sharply after major weather events, remain below seasonal thresholds due to the strong vector control efforts and consistent monitoring. Public health teams deployed island-wide conducted thousands of water quality assessments, treated hundreds of communities for mosquito breeding sites, fogged high-risk areas, distributed drum covers and repellents, and restored potable water in collaboration with the MV Dawn. This is a humanitarian vessel that goes around to assist. This level of emergency mobilization requires fiscal agility, and it is this order that empowers such responsiveness. Continuity of medication access was preserved through the National Health Fund, whose mobile units reached cut-off communities and filled thousands of prescriptions. Drug-served pharmacies maintained high operational capacity despite widespread disruption. These actions protected vulnerable Jamaicans managing chronic illnesses, preventing dangerous interruptions in care. For the first time in a national disaster, mental health was placed at the center of recovery. With support from PAHO and leadership from the ministry, psychological first aid, trauma support, and structured mental health interventions were delivered to affected families and exhausted healthcare workers. This reflects a maturing health system, one that understands that healing must address both visible wounds and the unseen emotional scars left behind. We cannot overlook the sacrifices of our healthcare workers. More than 2,000 of them were personally affected by the hurricane, losing homes, belongings, and access to utilities. Yet they continued to survive. The government appreciates their commitment. The government has been providing food packages, temporary housing support, document replacement services, psychosocial care, and financial guidance. We must also express Jamaica's profound appreciation of our international partners and donors. Spain, Barbados, PAHO, UNICEF, Food for the Poor, and many others acted swiftly and generously. And recently China, yes. Their solidarity strengthened our response, accelerated recovery, and reaffirmed that Jamaica is never alone in times of trial. Mr. President, the order ensures that Jamaica is not constrained by rigid fiscal rules at this time, where national recovery demands flexibility. It allows the government to meet urgent needs, restore critical services, rebuild damaged facilities, protect the population from health threats, and continue reconstruction without compromising safety or well-being. This is not fiscal loosening. It is fiscal responsibility in its most humane form. It is the state fulfilling its duty of care. I am proud of the leadership of Prime Minister Andrew Holness and the Minister of Health and Wellness, Christopher Tufton. I am proud of the healthcare workers who stood and is still standing tall in adversity. I am grateful to our international partners, and I am humbled to have contributed in my own professional capacity to the restoration of essential services, surgical services, when our people needed them most. Mr. President, I fully support this order and encourage my fellow members of this Honourable Senate to do likewise as we work to secure Jamaica's resilience and safeguard the health of our nation. Thank you, Mr. President, if it pleases you.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Thompson. Senator Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in solidarity with the many Jamaicans whose lives have been disrupted by the passage of Hurricane Melissa, a calamity that has left a deep mark on households, communities, and the local economies across the island. And we take an opportunity right now to express condolences to those who have died in the aftermath of the hurricane. Especially, Mr. President, those who died. No. I want to say that, Mr. President. Especially those who died from leptospirosis. We know, Mr. President, that the hurricane did not simply damage infrastructure. It has placed an enormous financial, psychological, and emotional burden on thousands of Jamaicans who were already navigating the challenges of an economy that has not delivered the level of growth or the scale of opportunities that would permit them to achieve and sustain upward socioeconomic mobility. So yes, the moment calls for empathy, but more importantly, Mr. President, it calls for decisive and responsible action from those who shape national policy. Jamaicans are looking for a response that extends beyond immediate repairs and set the country on a trajectory for a stronger and more robust economy. Mr. President, it is against this backdrop that today's debate on the suspension of the fiscal rules takes on a real sense of national importance. So we must be clear about not only why the suspension is being sought and what it will allow the country to do at this moment, but what must follow if we are serious about long-term stability and growth. Mr. President, the anchor for fiscal rules has always been the legislated debt to GDP target, which measures the country's debt stock relative to the size of its economic output. The primary surplus requirement, the timelines embedded in law, were designed to ensure debt sustainability and, by extension, stable and predictable public finances. To recover from Hurricane Melissa, the country will take on additional debt, whether that is through the debt-creating instruments in our disaster risk financing policy, that would be the IDB contingent credit line of US $300 million, or the World Bank CAT DDO of US $84 million, or accessing the US $3.6 billion in sovereign financing that was recently announced by the international financial institutions. At the same time, economic output, or GDP, is expected to contract this fiscal year as a direct result of the hurricane's impact. Consequently, Mr. President, the debt to GDP ratio is projected to increase, and the pressure on finances will increase. It is important to note, Mr. President, that the debt, you will see, the debt to GDP ratio is a target that is not simply about the absolute stock of public debt. It is about the debt in relation to the size of the economy. A larger growing economy makes the same level of debt easier to manage. Conversely, if the economy contracts while the debt rises, sustainability is immediately threatened. It is precisely here, Mr. President, that the connection between debt sustainability and the strength and quality of our economy becomes critical. How we grow, the sectors that we invest in, and the opportunities that we create will determine not just our ability to manage the debt, but also, and I'll use a term that I know will resonate with them, the broader prosperity and resilience of the nation. So, Mr. President, when we support the suspension of the fiscal rules, we're acknowledging that some temporary and necessary fiscal flexibility is needed. But this is not a license for unfocused borrowing or expenditure. It must be paired, Mr. President, with a clear strategic plan for sustainable growth. Every dollar borrowed and spent must be directed towards initiatives that generate measurable economic impact, whether through infrastructure, technology, agriculture, education, or industrial development. In doing so, Mr. President, we ensure that the debt that we take on now supports not just the immediate recovery, but a more sustainable economy in the years ahead. We have learned some lessons from the hurricane. Mr. President, the hurricane has reminded us of the vulnerabilities within our economy. Even though we faced a Category 5 hurricane, which is one of the most intense tropical cyclones to ever pass through the Caribbean, these vulnerabilities were not created by the hurricane alone. They point to deeper structural weaknesses in our economy. Our economy still relies on a narrow set of industries. Our infrastructure is weak, aging, and suboptimal, Mr. President. That is the economy that they on that side have presided over. Productivity, Mr. President, remains low, and our capacity to absorb shocks is limited, Mr. President. Jamaica's old development model is exhausted. It cannot generate the growth, the employment, and the opportunity that the people of Jamaica want. So, Mr. President, it is factual. It relies too heavily on a few traditional sectors and produces low-value output. It fails to equip our human resources for a modern, dynamic economy, and it leaves the country vulnerable to shocks. Rebuilding along the same lines would waste the opportunity to reset our economic trajectory and deliver higher incomes and better living standards. So, Mr. President, it's very clear that we need a new approach, one that is bold, strategic, and forward-looking, a model that invests in high-value sectors, integrates the technology, and strengthens productivity. And we must build climate-adaptive capacity into infrastructure and economic planning. And, Mr. President, I listened very keenly to the Finance Minister in Parliament on Tuesday, and from her utterance, I understand why growth has been so dismal under their administration. Mr. President, meaningful change must first begin with the acknowledgement by those entrusted with managing the economy that we cannot continue on the current path. So when I heard the Finance Minister on Tuesday saying that the economy was surging before Hurricane Melissa, I wondered to myself if we were living in the same economy. She said it. Mr. President, I presume... Mr. President, I'm seeking your protection. I presume that the minister was referring to the PIOJ's estimate of a 4.6% growth in the third quarter of 2025. But let us be clear, Mr. President, this is not evidence of a genuine surge. It reflects a rebound from the sharp contraction caused by Hurricane Beryl in the same quarter of 2024. So what is happening is that the headline number from PIOJ Minister, and I know you will be familiar, APCA not so much, but you will understand that the number is being lifted. The headline number, Mr. President, is being lifted by recovery from a low production base last year. It is not implying an underlying acceleration in economic activity. And it's the same narrative we heard from that side prior to the arrival of Hurricane Beryl last year. The same narrative was repeated last year. We were told that the economy was performing well before the hurricane arrived, but the data shows that the economy was slowing for 3 consecutive quarters, and it represented a deceleration before the arrival of Hurricane Beryl. And I have a chart that I prepared that I wanted to display to you. I wanted you to see the economy that your government presided over last year that represented. Look at that. So look at that. APCA, look carefully. So Hurricane Beryl came in the third quarter of 2024. But prior to that, you saw that even though we recorded positive growth figures, it was positive figures at a declining rate. So we had decelerating positive economic growth, Mr. President. But it goes further. Again, we heard the same narrative before COVID-19. So they told us that the economy was doing well before COVID-19. But in reality, Mr. President, the economy was already in decline before the pandemic arrived in the first quarter of 2020. In 2019, the economic growth fell quarter over quarter. April to June 2019, growth was 1.3%. July to September 2019, it fell to 0.6%. October to 2019, Marlon, the economy stagnated, 0% growth. So the idea that they keep repeating, Mr. President, that the economy was doing well and was only disrupted by an external shock is not true. Because clearly, according to the data, if there had not been a shock, then the economy would have ground to a halt, 0%. So it's clear, Mr. President, that the growth strategy from that administration has been ineffective. So, Mr. President, the path forward requires a different approach. Borrowing and expenditure must be purposeful and directed at interventions that strengthen the economy. We on this side are not just interested in patching the economy. So while there is no single solution to the structural challenges that we face, one thing is certain, Mr. Speaker. The state must take, Mr. President, I'll catch on, I have 5 more years in here and beyond. and then in 2030, I'll be over there. In 2030, I'll be over there. Right, Mr. President? So we're on this side. We're not interested in just patching the economy. The state must take an active role and they must set clear priorities, removing the obstacles. But there are some things to be done. And you asked about the prescriptions, Marlon. I'm going to give you the prescriptions. Mr. President, I'm very happy that they are engaged and interested in what I'm saying. So we have to look at efficiency, Mr. President. The hurricane showed that our systems, whether in government, business, or communities, are inefficient. We don't have much margin in error. That's just factual. Simply spending more money won't solve these problems. You can't just throw money at a broken system and expect them to automatically work better. To get better results, people, businesses, government agencies need to use resources more efficiently. And this involves, Mr. President, improving processes, making workflows faster, simpler, and less wasteful. Productivity must be the order of the day going forward, Mr. President. So productivity is what will convert the resources that we're going to use in the recovery process into lasting growth. If we just borrow more money, Mr. President, without improving productivity, we'll only increase debt without actually improving living standards. Mr. President, if we are serious about meaningful growth, we cannot ignore the way the government actually spends money. In cases where the country has funds to spend, and Senator Small Ferguson alluded to it, the execution has failed. So the state, as operated under their government, clearly has an implementation deficit problem, Mr. President. In fiscal year 2024-2025, the government underspent the capital budget by $19 billion, Minister. The year before that, it underspent it by nearly $9 billion. And the first quarter of the current fiscal year, only half of the allocated $40.5 billion was spent. So while this may just sound like I'm reading numbers, they represent critical projects linked to higher growth opportunities that were stalled. Schools remained unfinished, roads still in despair, and communities waiting for basic services. Projects stall because the government's procurement system is slow, administrative processes are weak, and agencies lack the capacity to manage the projects. The result, Mr. Speaker, is that money that is meant to stimulate growth in the economy simply sits idly by. So, Mr. President, if we are to build a more robust economy, this has to change. The state must fix its implementation deficit. This means fixing procurement, strengthening project management, paying contractors on time, and building capacity in government agencies. So, Mr. President, we have to go beyond that. I've been on the ground, and I was appreciative of your presentation, Minister, but I've been hearing some rumbling from micro, small, and medium enterprises. They don't think that much has been happening for them. So the systems may exist, Mr. President, but I don't think we're seeing the output or the outcome that was desired. So I know when I point out these challenges, we're going to hear from them that, oh, we have a program designed for this, and something was done already. But the fact is that we are not seeing the desired outcome. And if we're not seeing the desired outcome, it means that there's a flaw in the process. So, Mr. President, beyond the immediate support provided to help businesses recover from the hurricane's impact, there must be sustained efforts to enable MSMEs to scale, innovate, and compete in a modern economy. One of the biggest challenges MSMEs are facing, Mr. President, is the access to finance. It is a legitimate concern. And if you engage with the Small Business Association, the Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Alliance, they will tell you that, well, Mr. President, Minister, you're probably not listening very keenly, because they will tell you that whilst the programs exist, the programs are inefficient, and it takes an inordinate amount of time for an actual result to happen. And this is backward, and this is unproductive, and this will not enable micro, small, and medium enterprises to scale, Mr. President. So that is precisely why the state have to play a more creative role, Mr. President. The programs that have been designed must be made to work, Mr. President. We're also concerned about the loan structure at the Development Bank of Jamaica, as are many other MSMEs, Mr. President. The current system needs reform to make accessing DBJ loans more practical and attractive for small businesses. So, Mr. President, what we are seeing is that a solution is needed. And we have to address the deeper structural and strategic priorities that will make the entire economy stronger and more resilient. But with respect to how we prepare for the future, because, Mr. President, the reality is that climate shocks will continue to be a feature of our future. If you listen to the studies, they will tell you that as a result of accelerating global warming, we're expected, Mr. President, to face higher and more intense tropical cyclones. So, extreme hydrological events will increasingly define the Caribbean's future. Hurricanes, floods, tropical storms are no longer a once-in-a-generation shock. They are recurring features of our future. Each event not only damages lives and livelihoods, but sets back normal development by years, sometimes decades. In this context, our approach to borrowing must evolve. We cannot simply rely on traditional debt instruments that leave us exposed to these climate risks. We need more borrowing arrangements that are explicitly incorporating climate resilience, agreements that provide immediate, flexible liquidity when extreme events occur. Specifically, Mr. President, I'm suggesting that we begin to think about pursuing the inclusion of debt pause clauses in our sovereign borrowing arrangements. That's not something I would expect to hear from that side, because they don't have the ingenuity necessary to move us beyond the current slump that we're in, Mr. President. Right. So these clauses
Senator, I allow you a lot of latitude.
I'm wrapping up, Mr. President.
I allow you a lot of latitude because, Lambert, I allow you.
I'm wrapping up. So these clauses.
I allow you a lot of gratitude.
I'm wrapping up, Mr. President.
Senator Brown, give me a break now, man. I allow you a lot of latitude because I'm enjoying your presentation, but remember, you related to the regulation before.
Right, it is. And what I said, Mr. President. So these clauses would temporarily suspend debt service obligations during declared natural disasters, unlocking immediate critical liquidity when it's most needed. So such arrangements are feasible with multilateral and bilateral partners, including international financial institutions, who are sensitive to development challenges and Jamaica's high exposure to climate risk. While the private markets may not yet have an appetite for this, IFIs can structure financing that both protects the economy and incentivizes stability. Countries in the Caribbean have done it, such as Barbados, which has already adopted similar mechanisms, demonstrating the practicality and effectiveness. So, Mr. President, when I mean we need to be more climate resilient in our borrowing, I'm speaking about pursuing tools that strengthen Jamaica's capacity to respond to disasters. So, Mr. President, the temporary suspension of the fiscal rules is not an end in itself. It is a tool and opportunity. An opportunity to act decisively to address the immediate consequences of Hurricane Melissa, but also to lay the foundation for a more robust Jamaica. We have seen time and time again that disasters weaken our economy, in our infrastructure and our institution, but they also offer us a chance to reset. I would urge the government to exercise a higher degree of ingenuity so we can actually seize the opportunity to move beyond where we are and to recover stronger. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Tomlinson. Thank you very much, Senator Morgan. I expect that you are going to be heard in the same quiet manner in which you listened to Senator Tomlinson.
Absolute silence, Mr. President. That's correct. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you too, Senator Tomlinson. Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to the debate on the order before the Senate concerning the suspension of the fiscal rules, cognizant of the stark divergence of views that has been characterizing the debate so far. Mr. President, where some see doom and gloom, there are those of us who see bright prospects and possibilities. Where some come to this debate through the lens of significant debt accumulation, there are those of us who come to the debate through the prism of opportunity at resetting and rebuilding. Indeed, while some wallow in despair, others are bold and cloak themselves in optimism. It is my plea, Mr. President, that we desist from missing the forest for the trees, as some are wont to do. To the extent that there are some things over which no one has control, it is incumbent on a responsible government to preside over the affairs of the nation it governs, making preparations for the worst, even, Mr. President, as it hopes for the best. As I consider this moment and come to terms with the suspension of the fiscal rules the order before us today proposes to do, I cannot help but cast my mind on what is happening now versus what things were like just a couple decades ago. For many years, the Jamaican economy was characterized by high and unsustainable debt, Senator Scott Motley. For many years, the Jamaican economy was characterized by high cost of living. These are, of course, the Davies-Patterson years. Yes? For many years, the Jamaican economy was characterized by high employment, particularly among our nation's youth. Fiscal deficits were the order of the day. Heavy taxation, revenue uncertainty, high interest rates, fiscal profligacy, and a rapacious appetite for borrowing. In recent years, however, well, there you go. In recent years, however, Mr. President, courtesy of the sterling leadership of Prime Minister Dr. the Most Honourable Andrew Holness and the admirable work of the men and women, both past and present, who would have served and are still serving in his administration, the profile, Mr. President, of the Jamaican economy is remarkably different. Pre-Hurricane Melissa, our economy was characterized by declining debt, Senator Tomlinson, balanced budgets, fiscal responsibility, moderate inflation, moderate interest rates, revenue certainty, and buoyancy, fiscal resilience, and of course, Mr. President, no new taxes. You see, Mr. President, while there is no delight in having to relax our fiscal rules, especially on account of a most devastating natural disaster, in this case, Hurricane Melissa, we can take heart from the fact that the fiscal pivot we are now making as a country is in itself testament to our adaptability, dynamism, and indeed our fiscal resilience, Mr. President. Our fiscal mettle is being tested. But as we saw during COVID, as we saw during the drought, and just last year with Hurricane Beryl, we will recover stronger. In the words of one of our more acclaimed dancehall exemplars, Beanie Man, Mr. President, we do it already, and we are going to do it again. Mr. President, the ultimate measure of fiscal discipline is not so much what you do when you are within the context of an IMF superintended program. Indeed, the true measure of fiscal discipline, the true measure of fiscal responsibility is what a government does outside of an IMF program when it does not have a big stick hanging over its back. I'm coming to that now. Mr. President, the fiscal resilience we boast today wasn't always a feature of the Jamaican economy and our everyday experience. In fact, here in Jamaica, Mr. President, we owe a huge debt of gratitude to a man who celebrates his 78th birthday today, our former Prime Minister, Audit Bruce Golding. Mr. President, it was under the Bruce Golding administration of September 2007 and October 2011, with Holness succeeding October 2011 through to December 2011. It was under that collective administration, Mr. President, that the fiscal responsibility framework was heralded. Let's go and listen and learn. It was under that administration, Mr. President, that we seriously started to reorder our steps and do things in a fiscally disciplined way. Fiscally disciplined way. No chaka-chaka business. Mr. President, that JLP government of September 2007 to December 2011 re-engaged the multilateral financial institutions. We sustained a campaign to lower interest rates, and we must big up and credit former Finance Minister Audley Manaya Shah for that sterling and spirited campaign to drive down interest rates in this country. Take a bow, Audley Shah. Mr. President, during that Bruce Golding administration, we sought to foster competition among the banks such things as loan or mortgage portability. We undertook, Mr. President, a debt operation. So when people come and talk about fiscal rules and how we got here, we have to appreciate. We're talking about fiscal responsibility.
We are talking about an amendment to legislation. You yourself have pointed out that there are parameters within which this debate must be conducted. Perhaps this is not a State of the Nation presentation. Could you ask the Speaker to confine himself to at least modernity?
Senator,
not from you.
Senator Scott Motley, I've allowed a certain amount of flexibility. I've allowed a certain amount of flexibility. No, it's Senator Morgan, continue. Senator Morgan, continue for me, please.
Mr. President, we undertook a debt operation, JDX. We divested, Mr. President, loss-making public entities like Air Jamaica, SCJ, and CTL. Of course, SCJ being Sugar Company of Jamaica, CTL being Cayman Track Limited. I will thank the late Don Webber for his contribution in that regard. Mr. President, we took steps to rein in our legacy debt that were an albatross around the neck of the Jamaican people. Legacy debt like Soapberry, Carrington Alumina Partners, Cricket World Cup, you name it. And we changed the game, Mr. President, in corporate governance, because I heard Senator Small Ferguson making reference to governance. Governance, Mr. President, is in the DNA of those who sit on this side. And so, Mr. President, in setting the stage for the fiscal rules around which our debate this afternoon centers, it was that administration that had passed the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act in 2011, Mr. President. And of course, we acknowledge the leg ran by the Simpson-Miller-led administration of January 2012 and February 2016, as decent people know how to give credit where credit is due. Mr. President, there has been considerable commentary in the public domain regarding the United States' $6.7 billion. So we are come to the here and now, Senator Scott Motley. This $6.7 billion United States dollars, Mr. President, that has been pledged and will be available to Jamaica as we proceed with our recovery and reconstruction. What has not escaped my notice, Mr. President, is the usual cynicism and ridicule emanating from those who have made it their point of duty to, in my view, badmouth Jamaica, scoff at our successes, and pour cold water on our otherwise downplay and diminish that which is good for Jamaica. I've been monitoring media, Mr. President, and I heard certain discussions on radio last afternoon. They do so, Mr. President, thinking that they are sucking it to the government and scoring political points. What they are in fact doing, however, is betraying a level of unpatriotism and ill will that should be ridiculed by well-thinking and patriotic Jamaicans. And as I said sort of what you earlier, don't big up a certain Caribbean country, one of Jamaica's sister islands, and then you go around the place and badmouth Jamaica. Can't work. Very unpatriotic, very chaka-chaka. Very chaka-chaka, Mr. President. Make no mistake, Mr. President, the US $6.7 billion that has been pledged and will be available to Jamaica in our reconstruction and resilience building efforts, represent a resounding and emphatic vote of confidence in the Andrew Holness-led administration. Mr. President, this envelope, that's how it's pronounced, just like entrepreneur and ensemble. It's not entrepreneur and envelope. So, Mr. President, this emphatic vote of confidence is exhibiting a degree of confidence and support and endorsement of our management of the Jamaican economy since taking office in March 2016. The elements of the US $6.7 billion envelope, there you go again, the $6.7 billion envelope, Mr. President, are, as other speakers would have indicated, $3.6 billion United States dollars as sovereign debt, 2.4 for the private sector, and of course, approximately 700 million United States dollars vis-a-vis Jamaica's disaster risk financing framework. Mr. President, which was foresight, lots of foresight. There you go, and that is in the speech. I'll soon get to that part. All right. Mr. President, we will engage in the banter and the contest of ideas as political rivals. I'm not going to say adversaries, but we are opponents, rivals, yes? But when others looking on who do not have any horse in the race per se, and they are coming from a perspective of, independence, and they're objective about it, as was the case with the World Bank consultant and other observers and commentators recently, Mr. President, the fact that we can be characterized based on the assessment of external people, reputable authorities, as having performed admirably so far in the recovery effort is testament again to the competence of this Holness-led administration, Mr. President. And so, let me state very clearly and for the record that the government is not celebrating the acquisition of debt and the attendant increase in our debt to GDP ratio. What we are celebrating, Mr. President, is the tremendous vote of confidence manifest in the recovery package being made available by the international financial institutions, IFIs, and more importantly, the opportunity it affords Jamaica, both the government on the one hand and our private sector, to recover even stronger and build back even better. That's what we're celebrating. So you can telegraph that to the opposition leader. You see, Mr. President, it is not borrowing and debt in itself that one should be concerned about. Far from it. Indeed, it is what you do with the money borrowed, Mr. President, and Senator Small Ferguson, that is of critical importance. The sober, disciplined, and effective government led by Andrew Michael Holness will be using the money coming our way to undertake, Mr. President, growth-inducing infrastructure development and ensure that Jamaica is climate-proof, future-ready, and even more resilient going forward. At that, we are taking the money, though. Mr. President, observations were made earlier about access to capital. I don't think there's any administration in the history of Jamaica that has made it easier for capital to be channeled to the MSME sector than this administration, Mr. President. Just this past March in the budget debate, for those who would have taken the time out to track it back then, you would have heard a suite of measures announced by the finance minister vis-a-vis the DBJ in particular and access to financing at MSMEs. Not least, the fact that they have now removed this onerous requirement that would have called on MSMEs to have to put up certain quantum of financing in order to secure the loan. They have now rolled the financing element into the loan itself to remove that hurdle from our MSME sector, Mr. President, as was announced in the budget debate earlier this year. So this administration is giving focused attention to removing the barriers, removing the inhibitors, so that our mom and pop shops, and indeed other small and medium-sized enterprises can access capital in a more speedy and expeditious fashion, Mr. President. 20 years ago, Mr. President, Jamaica was the poster child of fiscal irresponsibility and vulnerability. Omar knows a lot about that. Today, we are hailed by the international community as the poster child of fiscal responsibility and fiscal resilience. And we're coming to the foresight now, Minister Hill. It would be remiss of us, Mr. President. It would be remiss of us, Mr. President. One songwriter said, divide and rule is their only plan, but I am a fool. Go and check that hit song. It would be remiss of us, Mr. President. It would be remiss of us, Mr. President, to overlook the foresight and good judgment of putting in place and making that much more robust Jamaica's disaster risk financing framework. Special credit is to be paid to our former finance minister, Dr. Nigel Clark, who had the foresight and the vision to secure a catastrophe bond with the World Bank, Mr. President. And so our disaster risk management framework was propped up. You had foresight and vision in consolidating it. It comprised such elements as a contingency in the budget. I believe some $5 billion that was set aside or carved out precisely for exogenous shocks, such as adverse weather events, disaster fund, the CRIF, and we know the vintage of the CRIF, that it existed from the Omar time, yes. So we always, as decent people, give credit or accord credit where credit is due, yes? And of course, Mr. President, the catastrophe bond. It was argued by some, Mr. President, that we were paying down the debt too fast. Let's not forget that. The same people who called for crime plan, they were the same ones who commented some time ago that Jamaica was paying down its debt too fast. Imagine that. Mr. President, a call was even made by the opposition leader a few budget debates ago that we spend tens of billions of Jamaican dollars, essentially in a feel-good kind of way. Remember that. The call was even made a couple budget cycles ago in a willy-nilly way until Nigel Clark came to Parliament and schooled some who needed to be schooled. The call was made for our personal income tax threshold to have been raised to $3 million. Remember that 2 budget cycles ago? So, Mr. President, consider where we would have been with the impact of Hurricane Melissa, the scale, the scope, the magnitude of it, if we did not have the robust and fit-for-purpose disaster risk financing framework that we had prior to Melissa impacting us. You see, Mr. President, he's absent from the chamber, but those of us who are familiar with Seventh-day Adventist tradition, Senator Professor Floyd Morris, and even our dear Marshall here, Mr. President, are very, well, Elder Marshall, and of course, you know, I respect my elders. Elder Senator Professor Dr. Floyd Morris, very well. Mr. President, hymn 416 in our Seventh-day Adventist hymnal, you see, tells us the judgment has set. The songwriter asks the question, Mr. President, how shall we stand in that great day? How shall we stand in that great day? Shall we be found before him wanting? or with our sins all washed away. You know what is profound about that song, Mr. President? It is speaking to, well, in this case, the day of the judgment. But it can be applied to other aspects of life and in other circumstances. To simply mean, when you have dexterity, you can do many things, including that. So, Mr. President, at points of reckoning, in moments of reckoning, such as a small island developing state being hit by a Category 5 event, how do you stand in such a moment? Were you found wanting, or did you find yourself having some preparatory fallback? In this case, Jamaica had its disaster risk management financing framework. Mr. President, as a government, we were being called on by the opposition to party with the rent money, literally and figuratively. Where would we have been, Senator Lambert Brown, in the wake of Hurricane Melissa, if we had gone along with your exhortations and pleadings, certainly in this past budget debate, to party with the proverbial rent money? Where would we have been? Mr. President, you know how you know a good thing? Because the senator opposite, Senator Tomlinson, was making some comments a while ago, and sort of she made the point of our ratings agencies. Because, you see, Mr. President, he referred to some studies, nebulous, some studies. And the truth of the matter is, Mr. President, we can look to renowned and established commentators and entities. In this case, Fitch Ratings Agency ascribed a particular ratings grade to Jamaica. I think it was BB-, Senator Hill. And this was pre-Hurricane Beryl, Senator Tomlinson. And several months thereafter, after early 2024, the same Fitch Ratings Agency, in the first quarter of calendar year 2025, ascribed the very same ratings grade to Jamaica that it had ascribed to Jamaica prior to Hurricane Beryl. So our pre-Hurricane Beryl and our post-Hurricane Beryl ratings were the same. That is simply unprecedented, Mr. President. I'm wrapping up now, man. I'm on my penultimate page. Not ultimate, penultimate. Mr. President, listen. Time sufficient to complete. Mr. President, I must also highlight in this debate the critical importance of good relations with other countries and our multilateral development partners. The policy of this administration, Mr. President, is that in the interest of Jamaica, and for that it is in the interest of Jamaica, rather. Mr. President, his strategy is to derive, divide, and rule. But I am a fool. I've said that already. You need to go and check out that hit song after today's sitting. Mr. President, the policy of this administration is that it is in the interest of Jamaica for Jamaica to be at the table. We may not always concur. We may not always concede. We may not always acquiesce. But we must, as a responsible player in the international community of nations, be respectful, and we must listen, affording others the opportunity to be heard in as much as we ourselves would like to be heard. So when others the other day were making mischief and seeking to employ, as some are wont to do, their little divide and rule strategy, and suggest that how Jamaica stayed at the meeting at the United Nations the other day, why Jamaica didn't walk out in the way other countries do. I am simply reiterating, it is the policy of this administration to be at the table. We believe that it is best for Jamaica for us to be at the table. And like I said earlier, Mr. President, we may not always agree with what is being espoused. We may not always concur. We may not always acquiesce to what is being requested of us, for example. But we're at the table nevertheless. And had we not been at the table, Mr. President, had we not fostered the kind of good relations that we have fostered, not only with the multilateral development partners that we have, IDB, World Bank, and IMF, CDB, and others, but also, Mr. President, our multilateral partners, all those states. And we wish to use this forum again to register Jamaica's sincere appreciation for the outpouring of support, collaboration, and partnership that we have had post-Hurricane Melissa. Me say it this morning, and like Beanie Man, me I go say it again. You understand? Mr. President, the opposition spokesperson on finance inquired elsewhere what will be different this time around in relation to our efforts at securing growth and undertaking the capital works the reconstruction necessitates. So this is what the Senators Tomlinson and the small Fergusons of this world were, harping on and being very descriptive about. But let me give them the response now, Mr. President. Mr. President, they talk about capital budget being underspent, and that is true. What has the government done in response to that, however? I don't know if Senator Small Ferguson or indeed Senator Tomlinson were tracking these developments earlier this year prior to being minted as senators. Yes? I don't know if they were tracking these discussions in this space. However, it would interest them to note that we have had an amendment to our Procurement Act. It would also interest them to note, Mr. President, that we have instituted what is called a speed task force. We have also appointed a Minister of Efficiency and Digital Transformation in the person of our good friend, distinguished new Member of Parliament, Audrey Marks. And of course, Mr. President, we are going to be establishing a National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority with fit-for-purpose, carefully designed enabling legislation to ensure, Mr. President, expeditious procurement and agility in responding so that Jamaica can recover stronger and build back better. That's what NARA will do, among other things. And so, as I wrap up, Mr. President, on this matter, while our debt to GDP ratio, listen to me, you may just learn something. Listen, you may just learn. So while, Mr. President, our debt to GDP ratio will increase, and while we are having to suspend our fiscal rules, the fiscal windfall, if we can characterize it as such, emanating from the $6.7 billion United States recovery package will inure to considerable capacity building, increased resilience, and accelerated economic growth. Mr. President, the ultimate measure of good, competent, and effective government is not how it functions in good times. Indeed, it is about how it functions and manages the affairs of the country in the rough and trying times. We saw it during COVID, and we saw it during burial. Because a sailor, you see, Mr. President, a sailor is not judged, Senator Scott Motley, by his ability to traverse calm seas. It is his ability to navigate rough and choppy seas that is of critical importance. The last paragraph, 40 seconds. 40 seconds. Oh.
My learned colleague is encouraging me to extend it by 2 hours. But since the senator has said 40 seconds, may I ask that it be extended by 2 minutes?
Yes,
since I know that he sometimes underestimates his time.
Yeah, because the practice is not to give you an unlimited amount of time. So the question is that the speaker be allowed 5 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? And before you get up, there are some questions, Senator Brown. I'm sorry that 1 minute, please. I'm sorry that Floyd has left. If you take the 120 motion that says to allow you to finish complete the business of the day, you don't have to take the 420. You have to do it still? Okay. Senator Hill, it's 420. You need to sit beyond.
Maybe she should, okay? But she's on the wrong side. Mr. President, since we've reached the time of 4:20, I ask that the Senate be allowed to sit for a period beyond 4:20.
Thank you very much, Minister Hill. The question is that the Senate sit beyond 4:30 to complete the business of the day. All in favor?
Aye.
5 minutes, Senator Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me thank my colleagues for the kind facilitation. In closing, Mr. President, on behalf of the government led by Dr. Andrew Michael Holness, a name that causes some to quake and quiver in their boots and in their seats, I can, on behalf of the administration, Mr. President, give the assurance that even while Jamaica acquires significant debt and navigate the recovery and reconstruction of our economy and country, as stewards of public funds, the people's money, Mr. President, we will be focused, diligent, fiscally responsible, and caring in so doing. We will not make things unduly burdensome or difficult for the people of Jamaica, because indeed, we do not have to have the big stick of the IMF hanging over our backs or hanging over our head to be fiscally disciplined and responsible. We do so, Mr. President, in and out of season. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Morgan. Senator Tim.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Senator Morgan. Senator Tim, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The passing of Melissa and the suspending of the fiscal rules which we are about to undertake beg a closer examination of our relationship with our international partners and the nature of our economy. Though the title of the IMF media release on December 1 led us to believe that Jamaica secured a package of $6.7 billion US, the body of the message indicated the potential rather than the actuality of such. Some of what was highlighted would, of course, come from our own resources. From multilateral lenders, we could get $300 million available from the IDB's contingent credit facility and between $42 million and $84 million US. That is to say that we could just get 42. In all phases, the amounts would need to be negotiated, except, of course, in the case of the $300 million from the IDB, which was already signed in 2018. The CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, and the CDB are expected to come into the equation in relation to recovery needs and institutional support, with up to $1 billion said to be available from CAF for priority areas identified by the government of Jamaica. At this year's COP30, the CAF said they, quote, graduated as a green bank for Latin America and the Caribbean and as promoters of Latin American solutions in the global climate scenario. For instance, CAF has committed $15 million to support Barbados' Blue-Green Bank initiative, a cornerstone of the Bridgetown initiative. Barbados and Trinidad are full member countries or A-class shareholders of CAF, which means they can have greater allocation of financing and a seat on the board of directors. Jamaica joined the CAF in 1999, but it is not a full member. Jamaica is a member with Class C shares, and it has, contrary to what Senator Morgan said, not been an active member at the table. In the same way, Jamaica is not a decision maker at the IMF. Our capacity to gain loans are impacted by our membership status. In 2024, Jamaica got $1.2 million in 3 grants for projects in early childhood education, logistics, and a humanitarian grant post-burial. And in 2025, a grant of $670,000 was announced for Melissa from the CAF. What is the likelihood that Jamaica will secure $1 billion from this institution? How will Jamaica get leverage to negotiate the full sum? In our present foreign relations, not as fantastic as Senator Morgan suggests, it is not clear that Jamaica has strong bonds with Latin America. Our mission in Caracas, where the headquarters of the CAF was closed, and of course we heard of the debacle with Venezuela's relief flight after Melissa. Will El Salvador speak on our behalf? Our PM has been known to promote the Bukele model of crime suppression. Our friends tell us and others who we are. Jamaica is no longer the champion of Caribbean regionalism as it had been in the past. Is it therefore the IMF that will bring its importance to bear to secure this $1 billion? And what does that mean for the conditionalities attached? There is no such thing as no horse in the race. Policy loans characteristic of multinational financial institutions come with conditionalities and non-negotiables. Even in COVID, Jamaica's 2020 letter of intent to the IMF justifying a temporary reduction of the primary surplus target could not but reiterate the government's intention to return to medium-term debt reduction goals. Our commitment to run a surplus budget and to meet the target of 60% of debt to GDP ratio means less spending on public goods and a transfer of social burdens to ordinary people. As the Jamaican government was reducing expenditure and the nation meeting its public debt target, household debt was climbing. So when we talk about slowing debt repayment, we are talking about conditions as they impact people on the ground. According to the Bank of Jamaica's 2024 Financial Stability Report, household debt to GDP ratio moved from 29.9% in December 2019 to 26.4% in 2024. The report also tells us that loans to households was the primary driver of new loans by deposit-taking institutions, so much for MSMEs, making up 55.6% of total loans, and that the concentration of loans to households exposes these institutions to credit risk, especially given high interest rates presently. Given the cost of housing, mortgages make up 48% of total household loans. We all know that Melissa will make the cost of living higher and more unbearable for ordinary people. We know that people use remittances to live, to pay debt. What will people do in response to the effects of Melissa? And how will the government ease their burdens? Easing burdens is not the same as parting with the rent money. What will the priority of spending in the loans secured look like? Will the priorities reduce the burdens on people? Will it improve their quality of health care and access to education in the long run? We say it should. A significant portion of government's budget goes to debt payment. Will we be changing our expenditure mix, for example, by spending on people's mental health and actual violence prevention initiatives? And critically, shouldn't we be talking about negotiating debt relief and reduction? Shouldn't we be seeking to reduce the risks of a tourism-dependent economy? And when my colleague, Senator Tomlinson, is speaking of a change in the development model, what we are talking about is the character of the economy, the structure of the economy, and the need to expand the base of the economy and its capacity to create wealth at the bottom. We must reduce our vulnerability to shocks as come with industries like tourism and weather events, as we are now experiencing, and expand our economic options. Since CAF is a green bank, if we are able to secure their resources, it should be invested in the development of our green and blue economies in climate and people-friendly initiatives. We have a template for this sort of thing. In Harris's National Industrial Plan, which was later refashioned by the Bruce Golding administration, and they spoke of things like social contracts, the need to negotiate with the people themselves on what kind of economy we should have going forward, and certainly to secure the most favorable terms for loans. Should we at this time be seeking to expand our foreign relations to secure bilateral loans from Asia, Europe, Latin America, the BRICS even? We have a rich history of building relations in the non-aligned movement in the 1970s. Senator Brown spoke of this earlier today. In the G77 in the 1990s, and certainly with our ancestral homeland in Africa in the 1990s and the aughts. We have in the past been strong regionalists. Now is the time to build these or rebuild these relationships to improve our prospects for the future. Multilateral nationals are certainly not enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Tim. Minister? Oh, sorry, 1 minute. Thank you, Senator Tim. Anybody there? No. Go ahead, Senator Brown. What was that, Senator Brown? But you have been doing that all afternoon anyway, you know. So you want retroactive.
To the red mic. President, I rise as one of the 3 members present now. 3 members present now who were present when the fiscal rules was amended in 2014. Yourself, Senator Gill, and myself are 3 members who are present. Senator Johnson Smith still sits here, and Senator Morris. So I can speak to the fiscal rules and why we are today making the suspension. But I want to start, President, and crave indulgence to wish a speedy recovery to somebody who I've known from the 70s when he was a student on the campus and as a Deputy Prime Minister, the Honourable Horace Chang, who underwent surgery recently. I want to thank Dr. Chang for trusting his heart to Jamaican doctors. I trusted my body to Jamaican doctors some time ago. And I will trust my knee to Jamaican doctors if need be. President, I've heard a lot today. And we have come today to the Senate, the opposition, all 8 of us on this side, like our colleagues in the House, to be supportive of the 2 motions that were moved, to support the temporary ease of the duties and license for vehicles coming in. We come today to support the suspension of the fiscal rules. But what we got today, especially from that senator, was a diatribe of partisanship. And as we suspend in this time of national crisis the fiscal rules, I pray that we will suspend also the partisanship which is being engaged by this government. So I am calling for the suspension of the tribal distribution of relief. I'm calling for not just the suspension of the fiscal rules, but the partisanship in how they are administering the relief and the recovery to the most devastating hurricane that faced us.
1 minute. 1 minute.
That in keeping with the point, the standing orders, that the senator keeps his focus on the order that is before us.
Is he real?
Oh, no.
Is
He's going
he
down
real?
a road.
Is he real?
Yes, that is my point
Is he
about
real?
it. We're not dealing with
Is he
distribution
real?
of relief, supplies, and so
Is
forth.
he real?
No. After the presentation.
May I continue, President? Because I don't think he's real. You must think a parish council there. Mr. President, when we debated under the leadership in the Senate of Mark Jefferson Golding, the Fiscal Rules Amendment in 2014, this escape clause was not in the 2010 legislation. He led the debate on our side. Yeah, Jason. But Mark Jefferson Golding was the one who piloted the legislation. So, and that is why it was easy for Mark Golding last week to see the catastrophic mistake made by the Ministry of Finance in trying to limit the suspension to only a couple of months. The powers in legislating of Mark I'm not responding to him. I've given him a chance to stop talking. I've given him a chance for the rear of the chicken to work its way out. Yeah. So, the legislative powers of Mark Golding, his knowledge of these things, and if I may borrow a word from the member from West Portland, his financial background proved critical in saving the government from its own blunder last week. Mr. President, I have heard comments today about the 2007 to 2011 government. And I heard a rewriting of history. I heard a rewriting of history that can't be allowed to stand. Let the record show that when we messed up the IMF agreement, that Andrew Michael Aubyn was there. Goodness, what did I say, Aubyn?
Holding. You said Michael Holding.
Holding, no. Michael Aubyn. Oldness was there. Let me say. So thank you for making me repeat it. Andrew Michael Oldness was there, part of that failed administration. And the man you celebrated, whose birthday today, I too other years will go on. Celebrate. That he too was there. And the best person who explained the impact of what they did in those years on the country was the then managing director of the IMF. I left the Senate one Friday. I went to Talk of the Town. Went to Talk of the Town where the managing director of the IMF was giving a speech. In that speech, she made the point that Jamaica was cut off. Everybody was saying, when is Jamaica going to fail? And she reminded the world of what I knew because I was close to the then Prime Minister, Portia Simpson-Miller. That was Portia Simpson-Miller who went to the Black Caucus in the United States Congress and got them in the month of December 2012, as she put it, Christmas Eve, to come over to the IMF and beg Jamaica, beg the IMF not to leave Jamaica out and to save Jamaica. So, as Lagarde pointed out, it was Portia and Peter Phillips who rescued Jamaica from your big word, from mashing up the country. So, let us be clear. And let's hear what Lagarde said when she came here. You're absolutely right, because when she came, you all wrote her a letter saying the dollar was at 120 and how bad it is. Senator, you know how much the dollar is today? So, this is what the head of the IMF said when she came in 2015. The economic outlook is improving. Compared to a year ago, growth has picked up. Unemployment has declined. Inflation has been brought under control. The current account deficit has shown an ongoing improvement, and reserves are starting to recover.
We supported everyone in those. They've shifted everyone quick. You saw them shifted.
Debt to GDP.
Absolutely true. Andrew Michael only supported everyone in them. All of the legislation. Make your point, yeah.
Debt to GDP has firmly been put on a downward trajectory. Key reforms were implemented, in particular the tax incentive legislation and the fiscal rule. That's Lagarde, the head of the IMF, speaking then. At that time, President, just to respond to my uninformed and ignorant friend on the other side, let me tell you what they were saying. when we were passing the IMF test, each side was saying, all you do is pass the IMF test. Because they couldn't pass one. It was so bad. It was so bad. They couldn't even turn up for the test. They couldn't even turn up for the test. So let us be clear. Let us be clear. And when we talk about the fiscal rules and the management of the country, as you know what I love? Is to go up to Manningsville and pay on the bills. Yeah. So let me make it clear. We have shown that we did right for Jamaica when you all allow Jamaican name to.
Can start over the sentence for me.
We have always look out for the best interests of the Jamaican people.
60 billion out of debt in 4 years? Come on, give me a break. God says 60 billion in 4 years.
We are satisfied that the suspension, I'm fine, man, I'm fine. That the suspension, see, 17 more minutes. We are satisfied. We are satisfied that the fiscal rules need to be suspended.
It took a long time to get there, man.
But I said that from morning. So let's be clear. What I know, President, is that as we adjust the fiscal rules, we will never forget the workers in the public sector who made the sacrifice. When I heard, was he born when Goodyear shut down? Was he born when Goodyear shut down?
Young people
So,
stuck in the past.
so
because just hear
so
what they
that
plan for Jamaica.
when I hear what the workers,
They live in the past.
public sector workers have done, what I hear the public sector workers have done, I hope that the fiscal rules and the adjustment of the fiscal rule will lead to a wage increase to the public sector workers because, Dr. Thompson, they are deserving. They are deserving. President, when I hear that the informal workers in Santa Cruz, in the middle of the storm, oblivious to what was happening to their homes, was there in the water, saving the elderly in that infirmary. My heart goes out to them. When I hear about the firefighters, when I hear about the firefighters out there rescuing people, losing their own homes, when I hear Dr. Thompson, the 200 healthcare workers in the West who are homeless, I look forward to the fiscal rules suspension, allowing for the state to grant to those workers salary increases, which will allow them to deal with the higher cost of living, attendant and Melissa. So I come here in support of fiscal rule suspension. I come here in defense of the workers of this country who never flinch in the storm, who gave their all in the storm, because they too deserve. We can't just be proud of them. We can't just praise them. We must give them a raise so they can live comfortably. So I start with that. And this is why I support the view of Mark Golding, which says we need a Marshall Plan to rebuild the country. And if the fiscal rule suspension bring us closer to understanding and appreciating the importance of the Marshall Plan type approach to rebuilding our country, we will be a better place. We will be a better place. What I do know, President, is that up until now, those who is rating speakers on this side haven't spoken. So they are at zero. They are zero. I talk about one person. I talk about you, Abka. No, you. All you do is always run your mouth, make noise, and is of no use to the Senate. So, President, you know, let me put this here. All you can do when I use that language is suspend me, as you suspend the fiscal rule. But I'll be back. But I come here to speak for the people.
Start again, please. The long
No, I want them to continue. So let me be clear. The workers of this country, deserve their fair share. The people of this country requires a suspension of the government partisanship in approach to the relief. The people of this country desires that you stop the PRing and deal with genuine relief and assistance to them. What they don't need is a parliamentary secretary going to Honourable along with a minister of state and the parliamentary secretary overriding and overshooting the minister of state. While the MP for the area is left out. And that is why I again call for the suspension along with the fiscal rules of the partisan approach of this government.
1 minute, Senator Brown. 1 minute, Senator Brown.
Resume your seat. I will not speak until you resume your seat.
1 minute.
Resume your seat.
And then you start all over. You have 10 minutes, use it well.
The member is misleading the Senate, sir, when he alleges that the administration has been partisan in terms of relief packages further to Hurricane Melissa. The fact of the matter is that 41% of the care packages have gone to Westmoreland, as the Minister of Labour and Social Security has advised the Parliament and the country of Jamaica. So I urge the member to ensure that his utterances are consistent with the truth and he desists from misleading the Parliament of Jamaica. Thank you, sir.
He's absolutely right about 41%. I believe George Wright got 39% of that.
I heard that one.
I believe, I don't really mean 39% of 41. 39 of the 41. So, President, their Sabbath will be honored if they just shut them out. Because I'll finish. But so long as they try to interrupt me, I will time manage. I don't need Senator Sinclair to be appointed in me. I don't need that.
I'm going to tell you something that is interesting, right? When you get a chance, if you listen to the tape, and I say to the younger members of the Senate, if you listen to the tape, you don't hear nothing except the speaker, you know. So if you want to make them distract you, that is your business.
President,
you have another 10 minutes. You use it properly, please.
All I'm saying to you, I understand what they are doing. I understand communication. And I understand that all I'm doing is setting them up to look like what they are, whatever they are. Because the people of Jamaica sees that the opposition come here today to be supportive, come here today to be cooperative. But what we get in return from that is a set of rabble-rousing activity from the government. And we understand why. It is an excuse, it's a substitute for their incompetence and arrogance. And with that, President, I'll take my seat and allow the minister. I will take my seat and allow for the minister who thinks that this motion is an annual motion to realize that, Minister, this is not an annual motion. You're right. I need to sit down because you started by saying it's an annual motion.
Yes,
you did. You did. You might. So,
it's not an annual motion.
So it's not an annual motion. It's a motion that is necessary because the 1.5% of GDP impact on the fiscal city budget has been exceeded. We come here to cooperate, but we are not afraid of the fight. We, like the Prime Minister,
you're not afraid of no girl, no boy.
we want to make it very clear that we on this side is not about to start any war. We leave that to you. May it please you, Mr. President.
War.
Thank you very much, Senator Brown. It's coming up.
Mr. President, I sat here and I must say I have enjoyed some of the comments. And that's not to say much of what was said from the other side was relevant, but I enjoyed it. I was looking until Senator Tim and Senator Brown stood up that I'd looked at the two new male senators and how they went about their business. One I know well, but I'll start with Senator Thin. She spent a lot of time on the World Bank numbers. It's T-H-A-M-E. Thame, right? Got it. So, she spent a lot of time on this document, which is concerned what the World Bank and the others said. And a particular lot of time on CAF. I know the president of CAF very well. CAF loves Jamaica. they have been asking Jamaica for a long time to get much more involved in CAF. And what's necessary, we will just put in the equity as we need to, and you get the votes. It's a function of that. So this $1 billion pledge is not so much at all about frivolity. CAF doesn't get involved in that. And they don't pledge that kind of money to countries that they don't have the highest respect for. Mr. President, I listened, though, to Senator Tomlinson, which was an academic exercise. It's not so much, and I know when you're as a new senator, you tend to look at things that you don't fully know of. I mean, even Senator Brown, having been in here for forever, is still, I'm sure, learning some new things. So I understand that much of what you said would be academic, because the running a government is quite different from doing an analysis and a financial statement. And you can imagine I've done a lot of those, and I know people who do that. So what I want to say here is when you look at what the government has done, and I'm going to use a statement by your other senator, he said only successive governments have or would be able to do that. Well, and everybody over there start about with the fiscal rules at 2014. No, they were not started in 2014. They were passed in 2010 by Prime Minister Bruce Golding. But I listened, but it would be very, no, but you would believe that 2014 is when all this happened. No, it was amended. I heard, you're the only one who said that. You are, everybody else pretended that 2010 never happened, including your last speaker. Okay? So, and it's you and Senator, it's only both of you talk about 2010. All right? But 2010 was really when it happened, and then it was amended in 2014, and we amended it in 2022. I was here for that amendment, so I very well know that changing the fiscal rule is not an annual event. But as we look at what your recommendations are, Senator Small Ferguson, I heard what you said, and it's interesting. You say that the easing of the fiscal rules are necessary and you support. And while you didn't give the numbers, I'm going to give some numbers. The fiscal rules that we're asking, as Senator Brown just said, if the GDP is expected to slip by 1.5%, it's gone. What we're looking at is, after Hurricane Melissa has caused very painful destruction of lives and to livelihood in Jamaica, a broad swathe of economic activities have been severely disrupted in Jamaica. Yes, because I can, especially in western parishes. As a result, Mr. President, of that, we're looking at a significant contraction in GDP in the range of 3 to 6% for 25, 26 over 24, 25. Okay? So we're looking at 4 times what the fiscal rules allow. So there is no question that it would be necessary. What I find interesting, though, is while you say successive governments after 2014 would be responsible, the only successive government is Andrew Holness win once, Andrew Holness wins twice, Andrew Holness wins 3 times. That is the successive government. That is the successive government. And therefore, to mention the fear that that wouldn't be done well, look at the results. Look at the results. We are at 62% debt to GDP, and we have gone down more. But look at how we've managed this economy. Look at how look at the currency. The currency, I remember when we were going to make the Bank of Jamaica independent, excuse me, I was here. When we were going to make the Bank of Jamaica independent, there was a scream that the currency was going to go to hell. I listened to you. So make sure you understand that the currency has shifted by 2.5% a year. And even though the pandemic has happened, Beryl has happened, and Melissa has happened, the currency hasn't gone to fly away like it used to be in the other administration time. If there was the announcement of a storm rising off the coast, western coast of Africa, the currency fly away. Dollar wine. And you know how it goes. So you are looking, Senator Small Ferguson. Small Ferguson. I was looking at you because I know you understand these numbers. We talk, and so, but that was a prediction that happened. That was a prediction that happened. That was where the value. That was, go and read the article in the Gleaner. I'll send it to you. You'll see the analysis that said at the time the dollar the dollar was undervalued. So here we are. So we're looking at where we are, and I hear the thing that we have to get, if we're going to ease up the fiscal rules, because we have to, how we must be careful of making sure we don't go off track. Well, we haven't gone off track. I want to say something very carefully. The people of Jamaica elected the JLP and Andrew Holness to run the country. So often, if you'd listen, you'd hear something that you might not yet know. The people, when you elect a government, it's not to download your authority to some commission or NGO. It's to be responsible. You don't outsource the authority and responsibility given to you by voters. So we have the fiscal responsibility arrangements. We have many people who come in and look at us, but we must be careful that even while we take on these more relaxed fiscal rules, we will have the management and discipline in place, which is why, senators, we were offered the 6.5 billion. Let me turn to that for a minute. 6.7. Let me look at that for a minute. The 2.4 billion you mentioned, that is a part of the private sector part, is absolutely right. But it's not to build a white elephant, as you might have suggested. No, it is the government is going to get this part of money to build our infrastructure. And I'm in cabinet. I'm telling you, Prime Minister Holness, and I can say this out of cabinet, Prime Minister Holness' intention is very clear. We must use the money that we get as much as possible to build a better future, not even to build back better, to build a future that is much better, which is not to be resilient in every way, which is not to spend money, on cars and consumables, as was done by your side of the government when you were in government. That's what happens. That's what the PNP did. Where are the roads? Where are the schools? Where are the hospitals? Those are being built by the JLP, and we will continue to do that. We will continue to do that. Okay? So, Mr. President, this 3 to 6% reduction in GDP, this is a significant downward change from the previous projection for growth of 2.2%, which is poo-pooed over there, but it was actually true. The numbers stood up, which was highlighted in the fiscal year 2025-2026 annual fiscal policy paper. That's what was expected. No, that's not expected. So, Mr. President, we have to change the fiscal rules, which are allowed by law, but this government, the Andrew Holness you behave, you discuss that as if you didn't agree. The Andrew Holness administration, it's true, that's what you did. The Andrew Holness administration will manage this economy in such a fashion that, Mr. President, every Jamaican who voted for Andrew Holness will be happy. I've been around the country, and I'm telling you, Mr. President, PNP and JLP say, thank God Andrew Holness win the election in September. So, Mr. President, within the context of the foregoing, Mr. President, we propose that the requirements referred to in Section 48C1A and B of the Act be suspended for an initial period terminating at the end of the financial year ending March 31, 2027, if it pleases you, Mr. President. There he goes again, 2010. Mr. President, if we can get this affirmed, I'll go to the next final item.
Thank you very much. The Minister has asked that the motion, notice of which he gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. Finally, Minister.
Yes, Mr. President. I had the motion tabled that we should allow Senator Shireen Golden Campbell to be exempted to continue her practice as a lawyer and maybe working with government, So at this time, Mr. President, I ask that the motion be approved.
Thank you very much, Minister. The question is that the standing order be suspended, able to allow the Minister to take the motion notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Okay. And he has just asked, I think,
it be affirmed.
yes, that the motion notice of which he gave earlier be approved. Those in favor? Senator Golden Campbell, do not vote. Those in favor? Thank you very much. Minister?
It is not the intention to do any further business in the Senate for today, so we ask that the Senate be no, man, we finished with it. The business of the Senate be suspended for a date to be announced.
Thank you very much. Just before the adjournment, 2 points I wish to make. First of all, Senator Professor Morris had asked that we take a motion in relation to Disabilities Week. He had to leave, I understand, based on some commitments he had elsewhere, so I will allow him to take it at the next meeting of the Senate, although he would be a bit out of time, but if he wishes, he can do so. So thank you very much for all those who participated in the debate, those who presented, the junior senators from both sides who contributed to a very high level. Everybody who presented. So I won't use the phrase junior or newly appointed again, because everybody, I think today was the last day that we had a senator who did not rise, and she did so today. So everybody has now got their feet wet. So thank you very much. The question is that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Against?
hope and standing shoulder to shoulder that we find resilience. Every act of kindness, every word of encouragement builds a brighter tomorrow. We are stronger as one. Our courage, compassion, and hope will light the way forward. Together we rise. Together we rebuild, because hope is never lost when we stand united, because we are stronger together.